Chapter 1, Welcome to the World. Silence. Darkness, cozy, cradling, thudding. The beat of a heart. Sensation seeped into the dark void. Slight movements, a body. A vague sense of the world around it, of up and down. She opened her eyes. That should have made things better. It didn't. Instead, she was assaulted by a screaming, blinding confusion of colors and light. Those only made the disorientation she felt worse. Disorientation. She felt disoriented. She realized that now, although she hadn't before. A few moments of silence stretched out, far too long, then the painful intensity of the light faded, the world putting itself into proper order. Now, she realized it really wasn't that bad. Her surroundings were kind of dim. She tried to turn her head to see better, but stopped, claimed by another bout of disorientation with a side note of vertigo. She took a deep breath and sensed her torso expand slightly. It felt odd. She was cradled in what felt like a cozy, unyielding container of some kind. The hardness of her back and her limbs brushed against its sides, letting her know it was roughly cylindrical. She raised her head again. This time, she realized that it was perilously close to a jagged edge of whatever held her. Angrily, she pushed outwards with all of her limbs, or at least all of the ones she could get to properly move. There was some resistance, then the material gave way. She almost tumbled out and fell flat on her face, but reflexively caught her balance. Now she stood on her legs, on uneven, stony ground. She was in a dark space with a high ceiling, with gray walls and a rocky floor. She blinked, suddenly noticing the box floating at head height. Welcome to the world, little Hive Queen. After she stared at it for a few moments, it disappeared. She blinked again, not out of a sense of surprise this time, but because the first time had seemed wrong somehow. It took her a moment to realize it was probably her field of view. She had no idea what to think about the box, and suddenly realized that she had precious little context to begin to think of anything. Anything at all. She'd woken up here, in this dim cave or vault or something. Actually, it seemed like the thing she'd been in was an egg. Dark chunks of its shell still littered the ground. Well, of course it was an egg, where else would she have come from? She took a tentative step forward. Her instinct said that this was perfectly fine, but another part of her mind wasn't so sure. The part that had classified the floating thing as a blue box, that had been able to read it and understand what its message meant. She knew people weren't supposed to come from eggs, that was a thing for chicken or insects. And she was a person. In fact, she was pretty sure she was a young woman. Except that her body didn't seem to quite fit that knowledge. She slowly ran her hands over it, which gave her a couple of rapid realizations. First, she was covered, or at least some parts of her body were, in some hard material, not just skin. Second, there was something at her sides. Their shape was a little hard to ascertain with just touching, but she definitely felt like the outline of her torso wasn't human. All of which meant that, third, she definitely wasn't in a human body. And what the box had said, Hive Queen, that felt familiar. That was her. She knew that the same way she knew that her mandibles should be kept clean and that eggs were best laid in a safe environment. Wait. Back up. What do I know and how? For lack of anything better to do, she slowly started walking out of the room while considering the mess that was her mind. She knew a lot of things that humans should know, but there was context missing. She knew what a car was, how school worked, how to smile politely and pretend you were listening to someone, that the internet was full of trolls. But she couldn't say how she knew that. She had a vague sense of herself, but it was as if someone had stripped all the pertinent facts out of it. She didn't even know her name. She just couldn't recall it, no matter how hard she thought about it. She didn't know her age, or her ethnicity, or what town she came from. At the same time, she was obviously a Hive Queen, whatever that was. Besides something cool and great and the natural terror of lesser lifeforms, wait, where did that come from? Just what the hell does this all mean, anyway? Before she could start to panic in earnest, she focused on her surroundings. The room she'd been in led into a corridor with uneven, dark walls. There was light coming from the other side. She hurried forward, absently touching her face and confirming that she did indeed seem to have mandibles on the sides of her face, though they weren't arrayed like they would be on any kind of insect she knew about. Her whole face was kind of wet and sticky, just like most of her body, actually. Huh. She seemed to have pretty normal hands. 5 fingers, opposable thumbs. Maybe the claws on the tips were a little longer than fingernails, but they probably wouldn't get in the way too much, if she was careful. That was something, at least. The corridor seemed to lead directly to the exit. When she reached it, she paused to let her eyes adjust, then took a closer look at everything. The walls were stone and the corridor, as well as the entrance, seemed pretty rectangular. Were they actually artificial? There were some odd holes in the stone of the entrance, and a slit at the top. Besides that, she didn't find any identifying details. Great, she said to herself. Now where am I? Oh, she could speak. That was good. Her voice sounded a little croaky and raspy, but she could probably even pass for a human with a bad cold on the telephone, if she tried. Shaking her head again, she turned around and took her first step past the entrance. Beyond was a forest. She wasn't sure what she'd expected, but it wasn't this. It seemed like a rather idyllic scene, actually. The sun shone from somewhere beyond the trees, birds sung, and she could even hear the burbling of a stream in the distance. The grass was lush and green in a small clearing around her. When she turned, she saw that the land rose into a few stony hills, the largest of which she was standing on, or beside, rather. The entrance was set into the hillside, which was a little rockier than the rest. Beyond the rough doorway of gray stone, grass covered most of the hill. It might have been a bunker that had long been abandoned and overgrown, but no one would build a bunker that badly and only from stone. She took a deep breath, then another for good measure. She didn't know where she was, where any of this would be located on a map, but she had a feeling it was a long way from home, wherever her home might be. People like her definitely didn't exist there, as far as she knew. Besides, only a few of the trees and bushes looked vaguely familiar, and none corresponded exactly to something she could have named. Most of them seemed completely foreign. She tried to pinch her arm, then realized she couldn't through the hard, chitinous material that covered her. It actually looked more brown than gray in good lighting. Instead, she pinched the skin of her face, which seemed to be free of that hard exterior. The pain helped her to focus and push away the stirrings of panic. She wasn't going to have a panic attack. Sure, most people probably would panic after being dropped alone in a strange place like this, but for all she knew, this was perfectly normal for her. After all, she didn't have anything else to compare it to, did she? She started walking, less from having somewhere to go than a desire to get away from the place where she'd woken up. Where I was being born, actually. Probably. Hatched? Oh God. She pinched her cheek again, then forced herself to focus on her surroundings. The forest wasn't too dense, so she could find her way between the trees easily enough. She saw a few small animals around, though they disappeared quickly once she got close to them. She didn't get a good look at any of them. The birds were mostly hidden in the branches of the trees, and she didn't recognize the few she saw. She decided to go towards the sound of the water. That might be dangerous, but she had no other reference points. Besides, she suddenly realized she was really thirsty, and hungry, too. In a survival situation, you were supposed to look for water and shelter, right? She could probably climb a tree or something, later, or even go back to where the egg had been. As she walked, she tried to bring back a blue box. They reminded her of some kind of prompt or interface component, like in a video game. But concentrating as hard as she could on it didn't get her anywhere, and saying things like information, or status sheet, out loud only made her feel silly. Of course, if this was a video game, then there would probably be monsters. She eyed the forest around her nervously. She'd have to make finding a weapon a priority. Even if monsters weren't an issue, there could be bears or wolves in this forest. Though those weren't supposed to attack humans unless they were very hungry. But she wasn't a human anymore, was she? At least, assuming she'd been one before. To be fair, she didn't have any proof of that. Although, someone giving some random unborn Hive Queen human knowledge or putting a human mind into her both seemed like completely crazy ideas, but she did feel like she had more personality than a complete newborn. It didn't take long to reach the waterway she'd heard, just a few minutes. It was still farther than she'd expected, given the ambient sounds of the forest. She must have really good hearing. Probably better than human hearing. Carefully, she stepped onto the banks of the river. It was really more of a brook, with rocky banks and placidly flowing water. There were no other animals in sight right now, though the forest grew pretty close to it, so she couldn't see too far up and down the river. A little awkwardly, she clambered onto a larger piece of rocky ground at the edge of the water. She started to cup her hands to get a drink, then paused and leaned further forward. The river wasn't great as a mirror, but she did get a reflection of herself from the water. It was a little distorted and not exactly sharp, but she still froze and stared. Her head seemed to be mostly human, except for a few features that seemed vaguely insectal or reptilian, or something. At the sides of her cheeks, she had bony outgrowths that turned into what she'd thought of as mandibles, reaching down past her chin. Her lips were thin and her nose seemed to be slitted. Her skin color was grayish-brown. She reached up and ran a hand through her brown hair, past small horns, noting that it felt coarser than you'd expect. It was still stubbly and very short. Apart from that, she clearly had a girl's face. She didn't need the water to see her legs, which were covered in a hard material a bit darker than her face, though it softened at the joints. Her feet looked largely human. But she did get a look at her torso, which made her suck in a sharp breath. Most of it was also covered in the shell, although she apparently had small breasts with no visible nipples. What caught her attention was what she could see of her back, though. There seemed to be a second layer to it, a bit reminiscent of a beetle's shell, just at her sides and mostly underneath her arms. She tried to move it, but it didn't do more than flapping weakly. Beneath that, though, she caught a glimpse of what had to be some kind of membrane. "Do I have wings?" Seriously? She bent and cupped water in her hands, using it to scrub herself. But while she managed to get her face and most of her body reasonably clean, the things she was most interested in remained covered in stickiness. She just didn't have the reach or proper angle to clean them. She eyed the water, then sighed and started drinking. She didn't think submerging herself in it was a smart idea. On closer examination, the water was flowing treacherously quickly, and she didn't even know if her body could swim. Drinking from it was probably a health risk, but she wasn't sure she'd find another source of water anywhere close by, and dehydration would definitely be bad. Besides, her instincts were pretty insistent on getting water. Finally, she scooted back from the edge of the river and turned to scrutinize the forest again. With her thirst quenched, she was starting to feel her empty stomach roaring at her. Entering the world was hungry business, and she could already feel the strength in her limbs fading as tiredness set in. Now she had to find something to eat in a place where she didn't have the faintest idea what was edible, or even what her body could use. Great, just great. Don't forget, don't get eaten by monsters. Unless I'm supposed to be the monster, I guess. Chapter 2, Finding Food. The Hive Queen had kept track of how she'd gotten to the river, but decided not to walk back on the same path. Instead, she would meander around a little bit, maybe on a curving path, but ultimately heading back where she came from. The hills and the river were the only landmarks she had, and she should probably explore the place where she'd woken up a little more. As she walked through the forest, she tried to catalog what she saw, and kept an eye out for anything edible. She guessed that it was spring or early summer. Even though she wore no clothes, which she wanted to fix as soon as she could, she didn't feel particularly cold. She'd estimate the temperature to be about 20 degrees Celsius. Although that could be off, since she didn't know anything about her body's reaction to temperature or how well it stored heat. There didn't seem to be any mushrooms or any kind of nuts around, but she found several berry bushes. Those were probably the easiest source of food, but she had no idea if they were poisonous or not. Finally, she stopped by a bush of dark berries with its lower branches and part of its upper branches stripped of berries. Hopefully by animals. That indicated that the berries, which looked like purple blackberries, might be safe. She carefully took one, remembering not to pick close to the ground. Even if they were poisonous, one berry hopefully wouldn't kill her, right? Of course, it was possible they were mildly poisonous and one wouldn't be enough to tell, so she'd still have to be careful later. She popped it into her mouth. It tasted sweet, a bit like a cross between a raspberry and a blackberry. Feeling herself start to smile for the first time in her short life, she examined the berries more closely to be sure she could recognize them, then set off again. She was already tempted to eat more, her empty stomach crying out for food, but she needed to wait. Because of her slow pace and occasional stops and detours, the walk took a lot longer than before. But finally, she emerged back into the small clearing around the hills. At first glance, nothing had changed. She still couldn't see any larger animals, although a few birds kept singing. She didn't recognize their calls, but her mysterious source of human knowledge didn't have much to say about birds, so she probably just hadn't known enough to place them. She started walking towards the hillside where she'd come from, then stopped. It had taken her a moment to realize that the darkness inside the doorframe wasn't the lightless depth of the tunnel. Instead, something had moved to block it. She ran towards it, feeling her heartbeat speed up. The doorway was now closed off by a slab of some dark material. It felt hard and cool to the touch, and she couldn't be sure if it was metal or stone of some kind. She pushed against it, first tentatively and then with all of her strength, but it didn't budge at all. Great. She let out a breath and stepped back. The thought that someone had come and closed the door after she'd left sent a shiver down her spine. She hadn't seen, heard, or scented anyone else. That thought gave her pause, but she quickly shelved the realization that her sense of smell was better than human and refocused on the issue. It was possible this was some sort of automatic mechanism, maybe triggered when she went out of the door. Oh God, were there cameras watching her right now? She looked at the entrance again, scrutinizing it closely, but she didn't find any sign of something like that. Of course, that didn't mean much. Still, she hadn't seen a single sign of technology since waking up here. She took a few steps away from the door. She'd just have to find somewhere else. But before she could figure out what her next move should be, she paused. There was a strange scent in the air right now. Something that she hadn't smelled here before. She clenched her fists and cursed herself for not at least taking a stick from the forest and sharpening it to get a weapon. The scent got slightly stronger, and now that she focused on it, she could hear movement, too. A few seconds later, the creature causing it stepped out of the trees. The Hive Queen blinked and had to suppress the urge to rub her eyes. Well, that answers the question of whether or not this place has monsters. I don't think that's a normal animal. Her first thought was that someone had made the world's largest version of a bathroom rubber duck. It looked just like that, a duck as big as a pony that was colored yellow all over, except for the dark eyes and the beak, which was orange. Then the duck opened its beak to let out a shrill cry, and she saw a maw filled with sharp teeth that would have made any wolf envious. The Hive Queen gulped and took half a step back, nervously. Good ducky, she tried. You're not going to attack me, are you? Who's a good monster? The monster clearly didn't like that, or maybe it was just generally bad-tempered, because it advanced forward in a menacing manner that ducks should not be capable of, emitting another cry and showing its teeth. She cursed and quickly looked around. Unfortunately, she didn't find either a weapon or a good escape route. She quickly ducked to gather a few loose stones, then stepped forward. She didn't want to get pushed against the rock by her opponent. The duck clearly wasn't quite as confident as it appeared, since it didn't immediately charge her. She approached the middle of the clearing and even managed a bit of sideways movement. She didn't think ducks could climb trees, so getting into the forest might be a good idea. She stared at it, trying to look for any tells and evaluate its threat level. After a second of intense focus, another blue box popped up over its head, fading quickly. Monster duck, level? She jerked in surprise. But the greater implications of this could wait for later. For now, at least she had a name for her opponent. The level display was not encouraging, but it didn't seem like a very high-level monster. Maybe you got question marks for any enemies of a higher level, or you needed a special skill to tell someone's level at all? The duck approached more closely. She took a deep breath, then threw the heaviest of the rocks she found. It clanged off the outside of the duck's beak. At least it made the monster stumble. She quickly took the next rock in her right hand and tried again. This rock was a little rounder and gave her better aim, and she managed to hit the duck's side. This projectile actually seemed to hurt, sending a few feathers hurtling away and making the duck give another shrill cry. Unfortunately, it also charged her immediately. She stumbled to the side, somehow managing to turn the movement into a proper dodge. The feathers of the duck's stubby wings brushed her cheek. Her hand darted out, and she managed to score a cut on the back of its leg. She jumped back while the duck turned around and tried to gauge the effect of her cut. Her claws were pretty small, but clearly sharp, and there was blood flowing from the wound. Not enough to have it bleed out, though. Now the duck was further inside the clearing, closer to the hill with the entrance. Before she lost more valuable time, the Hive Queen turned and sprinted towards the tree line. She smelled the duck approaching and somehow heard its steps over the thundering of her heart. It was much faster than her and catching up quickly. She managed to reach a tree just in time. This one was pretty big, old, and sturdy, and she scrambled up the trunk using a few lower branches. Her claws were a big help. The duck's maw almost caught her, and she felt something sharp brush against the back of her lower leg. Then she pulled it up and sat on a wide branch a few meters up the tree. She took a deep breath. The hard covering on most parts of her body clearly had at least some defensive value. She wouldn't trust it with a full force bite from that maw, but it should come in handy. And the duck apparently couldn't climb, judging from the way it screamed shrilly. She winced and clapped her hands over her ears. Okay, now what? I can't just sit here all day. It might get tired and wander off, but it might also find some way to attack her. Plus she really need to eat something. Actually, it did smell pretty good. She shook her head to clear it of that thought and looked around. The birds in their vicinity had fallen silent, and it looked like the smaller animals had made themselves scarce. She had let go of her stones to run and climb. Note to self, when I get clothes, make sure they've got decent pockets. She could probably sleep up here in the tree, but a part of her really didn't want to let the duck prance around down there any longer than she had to. That part wanted to not just ensure her safety, but to kill this monster. It had dared to attack her, and it was a threat. Threats should not be tolerated. Of course, whatever her Hive Queen's side might like, killing it wouldn't be that easy. Now that she looked at it more closely, its feet had some pretty sharp-looking talons. But those and its teeth seemed to be the only dangerous spots. How flexible was the monster? Well, it's still a duck. Definitely a bird of some kind. There were some vines clinging to the tree. She'd ignored them earlier since they didn't hinder her climbing up, but now she saw that they looked quite sturdy. Experimentally, she reached over and tugged at a vine. It barely budged. Frowning, she peered at it more closely. Was there a slight blue tint along its side? Another box appeared. Climbing vine, plant. She sighed. Very helpful. She tried cutting one with her claws, but it was hard. And she probably couldn't get a long enough part to work as a rope, anyway. Still, she persevered, and after a few minutes managed to saw through the vine. She then carefully stood up on her perch and tried the same at a higher spot of the same vine. After 10 minutes, she had a piece of climbing vine to use as a short length of rope. Then she repositioned herself again and watched the duck carefully. It didn't stay still, but fidgeted and paced under the tree, occasionally baring its teeth at her. This was definitely a monster. She didn't think a normal animal would show that amount of baseless aggression. She steadied her breathing and held still, all of her focus turned to her prey. The minutes slid by as she patiently waited. Then, finally, it moved again, to what she judged as the perfect position. She let herself drop. The impact when she hit the monster drove the air out of her lungs, but she acted right away. Clinging on tightly with her legs, she yanked on her arms and caught the duck's beak with her vine. It started thrashing, but she held on grimly. It clearly struggled under her weight on its back, unable to jump and try to buck her off. Its taloned feet couldn't reach her, and it couldn't open its beak to bring its fangs to bear even if it could have contorted itself enough to bite her. Minutes dashed by in a frantic struggle for survival. Her arms, legs and back ached, and she once felt herself almost slipping loose, but she clamped onto her prey and refused to let go. It lost feathers and at one point rammed into the tree, but it didn't seem to be smart enough to try and get her off that way, and it wouldn't have the right angle for it, anyway. Finally, its struggles slowed as it ran out of energy. Dark spots started to gather in the corners of her vision, but she wouldn't let up. When she judged it sufficiently exhausted, she quickly passed the ends of her improvised rope into her right hand and struck with her left. Her claws sank into its eyes and popped them. The duck jerked. She drove the tip of her index finger further in, ignoring the mess coating her hands and the throes of her prey, drilling into it until she could go no further. Finally, the duck's spasms slowed and ceased. She took a few deep breaths, carefully relaxing her clenched muscles. She slid off the monster's back, stumbling as she reached the ground. She went to brush off her hands on the duck's coat. Then she paused. Suddenly, she was acutely aware of the raging pit of her hunger, and the dead monster in front of her smelled delicious. She sank to her knees before it and started ripping off feathers. The monster's skin parted easily under her hands. She stopped thinking about anything except her meal. Chapter 3, What's in a Name? It was the best meal of her life. Of course, it was also the first the Hive Queen could remember, but it was still the best. She didn't mind eating the meat raw, or cutting into the corpse. She just ate. She wasn't quite what one would call lost in a feral haze, but her thoughts took a back seat while she enjoyed the deliciousness. Maybe like the food haze you got from eating your absolute favorite meal turned up to 11. When she regained full awareness of her surroundings, she stumbled back and looked around. She'd eaten a sizable chunk out of the monster. Bloody clumps of feathers and viscera lay strewn on the ground. Somehow, she'd actually managed to keep her mandibles and antennae clean, although she felt stickiness on her chin. She wiped it off on her arms, then grimaced and tried to wipe off her hands and arms on the bushes and grass as best she could. She was still naked, which didn't even matter much, because she was alone. Her hunger had been completely sated, and she felt full and satisfied. Despite the still less than ideal situation, it was hard to even get herself to care about the predators that might be drawn by the smell. She stumbled off, shaking her head and stretching her arms and legs. I think I ate too much. Despite the satisfied feeling, there was a distinct pressure in her belly. As she walked, it only got stronger. She paused in another small clearing, then turned back in the direction of the rocky hills. What she wouldn't give for a companion, someone to have her back in this dangerous weirdness. Someone to help with all the things she'd have to do to get basic necessities, and more importantly, to help her defend herself against monsters. She sighed. She had the feeling that duck had been a pretty weak one. Hopefully, she wouldn't run into stronger monsters until she figured something out. She looked for something she might use as a weapon, but didn't see anything better than the stones she'd picked up before. She still felt that pressure. When she focused, she managed to locate the uncomfortable pressure in her abdomen, where she would expect menstrual cramps. Wait, is that a memory from my previous life? Great, the first thing I remember has to be that of all things. She shook her head. That would be the area of her uterus. She had a sneaking suspicion what that might mean. She walked on, feeling pulled onward by more than her previous decision to try to avoid predators. The Hive Queen's instincts were driving her. In the back of her mind, she was aware of that, but she didn't really care. It wasn't doing much of anything, anyway. She reached the hills and climbed one of them until she got to a good spot. It was a little secluded, sheltered under a rock overhang, but not too far from the cover of the forest. She crouched down and started pushing away stones, then digging out a few handfuls of dirt until she made a small hollow. She sat back, brushed off her hands, and sighed, closing her eyes for a moment. The fight had been a whirlwind of adrenaline and danger. She must have taken longer than she thought, since it was already getting dark. The sun was setting somewhere beyond the forest, painting the western horizon orange, and there was less and less light to see by. It had been a hell of a first day, even if it only lasted a few hours for her. But she wasn't finished with it yet. She could feel the pressure increasing. It was an uncomfortable sensation, though not as much as she might have thought. It wasn't really painful, but a sensation of something gathering, preparing to come out. And with it, she felt something else stirring. She realized she'd dimly sensed it before, but she'd been too preoccupied with other things to actually notice it. But it was there, like an energy spread all throughout her body, and it was gathering now, too, as she instinctively prepared it for something. Then the pressure abruptly eased, like a bubble popping. She leaned back and propped herself up with one arm behind her as she instinctively reached forward with the other, just catching something in her hand. She even saw what almost looked like a faint sparkle around it, if it hadn't been a trick of the light. She held an egg, colored the same grayish-brown as her own shell. She turned it over in her hands, checking it out. Then, she carefully put it down in the hollow she'd made, watching curiously. At first, it had been about the size of a chicken egg, but now it seemed to be growing, almost as if it had been compressed and was unfolding. In the end, it fit perfectly in the indentation, and she estimated it to be at least 20 centimeters tall. She had a feeling that wasn't even its full size. She sighed, pinched the bridge of her nose, and stood up. So. That happened. Actually, the feeling of having made an egg wasn't all that weird. Her human memories indicated she should probably freak out, but it felt perfectly natural. And she was a Hive Queen now. She probably should have expected something like this. She eyed the egg suspiciously, then poked it. Its shell was pretty hard, and a little warm. She didn't know what was going to come out of it. What if it was another monster that would be hostile? Some species didn't exactly go in for family ties. Well, if that was the case, judging by the size at least, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with. Besides, it was probably fine. She was a Hive Queen, she should have a hive. Right? She would have preferred to just stumble on one, though. Or even better, be born in an established hive in safety and comfort. By now, night was falling in earnest. She glanced around. This place was a little more sheltered than the top of the hills, but still pretty exposed. She didn't like the thought of sleeping here, alone on the ground, where any monster could come at her. She needed to sleep, she couldn't keep awake the whole night. This was a dangerous environment and she needed to stay sharp. Besides, she'd have to sleep sooner or later, or she'd literally kill herself. She was already exhausted. Her low-light vision appeared to be pretty good, probably better than the human norm, but she wasn't confident that she could spot every monster or even just normal predatory animal that might be coming for her. Her instincts wanted her to protect the egg, but she needed to protect herself, too, and that was more important. With a last regretful look back, she turned and made her way back to the forest. She would choose a tree that was close by, where she could keep an eye on it. Luckily, the trees on the edge close to the rocky hills were still tall. She found one that looked promising, a big one with a thick trunk and some wide upper branches. She climbed up carefully, then tried to make herself comfortable. The tree had a fork from its trunk that gave her a wide enough base, and thick enough branches she wasn't afraid of them breaking under her weight. She would have preferred to tie herself to the trunk or something, but she didn't see any more of the climbing vines, and she'd lost the one she had somewhere along the way. It wouldn't have been much good, anyway. Too short. There was a bit of a hole in the canopy above her, enough to let her see the night sky. She stared up at it for a long time, mesmerized by the stars. There didn't appear to be any moon. Sure, it could just be a new moon night. In fact, it probably was. But a part of her thought there genuinely might not be a moon here. She hadn't thought much about it, but by now, she had to consider the possibility that she wasn't in her own world anymore. If she'd ever actually been there in the first place. She was quite sure they didn't have monsters like that there. Or the blue boxes that occasionally showed up. She really needed to figure out how to get more information from them. Still, this place seemed to be, in general, friendly to civilization. There had to be humans around somewhere, too, right? Or at least some sapient species. Maybe elves or dwarves, who knew what sort of fantasy world she'd landed in. But she didn't know how they would react to her. She looked like a monster. A humanoid one, but still. She sighed and turned, trying to find a more comfortable position. It was getting colder, though the temperature wasn't below what she couldn't tolerate, so far. I need a name, she said to herself. Why hadn't she thought of that before? She really should have a name, everyone did. But what kind of name? Try as she might, she couldn't remember what her name had been before. It was as if the information was simply purged from her memory, along with all other personal details. She had to have had one before, but she doubted she'd even recognize it if someone said it now. Alright, then she just needed to give herself a new name. Easy enough. She sighed. Okay, let's get started. What do I know about myself? She was a new Hive Queen. That was pretty much all. Maybe she should just call herself Queen? She frowned to herself. No, that's far too simple. I'd be embarrassed trying to introduce myself. Well, how about Regina? That should fit. It was actually a real name that some people had, right? It was still a little on the nose, to be fair, but she liked the sound of it. Regina smiled to herself as she turned again, then finally closed her eyes. She breathed deeply, snuggling into the hard surface of the tree, and let some of the tension drain out of her. She expected sleep to be hard to find, but the day had exhausted her. She listened to the sounds of the forest for a while, gradually slipping into slumber. Chapter 4, Let There Be Fire. It wasn't a good night. While she didn't have much of a frame of reference, Regina found it far from restful. She slept fitfully, almost slipping off her perch several times. More than once, she woke up to hear what had to be monsters making noise in the dark forest. One of them emitted an unearthly, bone-chilling howl. Another time, it was the braying of a large wolf pack. Luckily, these sounds were all distant, surely kilometers away still. Each time, she lay still for a while, listening for them, to see if they moved closer. They didn't. At least she had managed to catch a few hours of rest. When dawn started to paint the eastern sky with warm colors and the general level of light increased, she carefully climbed down from her tree. Her legs refused to cooperate at first and she stumbled a few steps. She stretched a little, then took a good look around and started walking. There were no monsters visible. She didn't even see many normal animals. Did this place even have large predators, or were they outcompeted by monsters? The first thing Regina did was hurry to check on the egg. She breathed an unconscious sigh of relief when she saw it sitting in its little hollow, with no signs of monsters or predators. She hurried up to it, then carefully looked it over and tried experimentally pushing on its shell. It didn't budge easily. The shell still felt hard, although it had cooled noticeably. But the egg seemed a little larger to her. Had it actually grown? Maybe it was just because of the different lighting. She wished she had some measuring tape, but on the list of her wishes, that was pretty far down. After that, she walked around a little, in a rough perimeter of the spot, and examined the terrain. She also picked up a few rocks she found, trying to get the roundest or sharpest ones. She put those in a small pile close to the egg when she returned. Then Regina took the sharpest rock she'd found and went back into the trees. She didn't have to walk long before she found more of the climbing vines. It turned out that the rock was less useful than her claws, so she buckled down and started cutting through a vine with them again. After a while, she had a few good-sized lengths of improvised rope and her fingers ached. She returned to her pile of stones and put them down, winding one of them around her waist and a shorter one around her left arm like a bracelet. Thus prepared, Regina set off back in the direction where she'd fought the monster duck. What she really needed was a way to store water. She knew people used to use water skins made from the bladders of animals. She just didn't think she'd be able to get one from the remains of her prey, and she didn't really want to try. It turned out she didn't get the option. When she returned to where she'd fought the duck, Regina found a mess of broken branches and blood splatters on the ground. But the corpse of the monster was gone. Except for a few pieces of bone and what might be intestines, she didn't find anything remaining of it. Presumably a larger monster had dragged it off or eaten it on the spot. Regina glanced around nervously, but the forest still appeared to be innocently calm and quiet. She continued on for a few minutes towards the river. By now, the day was starting to warm up. She'd probably have at least 15 hours or so of sunlight, assuming the length of days lined up with her expectations for the apparent season. That was enough time to get some things done. Once she reached the river, Regina carefully checked for any monsters. Except for a small herd of deer a little further downriver, she didn't see any animals. Two of the deer looked at her when she stepped out of the forest and seemed to evaluate her, but the herd didn't move. She still hurried, quickly cleaning herself as well as she could and taking a long drink. What she assumed were her wings were still gunky and hard to move. She sighed and turned to head back. Her size was difficult to estimate without anything specific to compare it to, but she would put her height somewhere in the ballpark of a large kid or short woman. Now that she thought about it, it was entirely possible that she wasn't fully grown yet. Maybe she couldn't even use her wings yet, even if she had them. To investigate that, she got to one of the trees close to her improvised camp and put her back against it, then carefully cut a line into the bark with her claws at the height of her head. She'd check herself against it periodically. After that, she continued her work. The walk had given her enough time to think about what she needed to do and come up with a few ideas and priorities. So Regina walked through the forest and gathered the driest branches she could find, dropping them a few meters away from her egg. She also took some dried leaves and pieces of bark that might serve as kindling. Of course, she didn't really know how to make fire. But she knew the basic principles. She didn't have any flint and wasn't sure how to identify it even if there was some around. But she had a vague impression of people in the jungle making fire by generating enough heat with the friction of several pieces of wood against each other. After half an hour of searching and preparations, she had a length of wood with a reasonably even surface that would serve as a board, with a small indentation cut into it in the middle. She put a long, straight stick into it and pushed her improvised tinder around it. Then she started rubbing the stick between her palms, turning it as quickly as she could. Regina was at it for a while, trying to find the best way to turn the stick quickly and generate maximum friction. Unfortunately, it wasn't going too well. The claws at the ends of her fingers tended to trip up the piece of wood, giving it quite a few scratches and slowing it down when it was caught in them every time she got too close. It also wasn't easy on the insides of her hands. They didn't have the thick, protective covering that her less movable parts did. She sighed and shifted on the ground to find a more comfortable position. Then she tried again. She got it up to a pretty good speed before she lost the rhythm and it caught in one of her claws, stumbling to a stop immediately. Damn it! She clenched her teeth and tried again. This time, it didn't take long until the stick slid out of the indentation she'd made for it. Why won't you just spark already? For a moment, she sensed something again, another shift in the energy she'd felt before. A small spark came to life on the rough wooden board, and then a small trail of smoke rose up from the tinder. A blue box appeared. Mana, 83 out of 100. Regina stared for a moment. Then she turned to the fruits of her efforts and carefully blew on the nascent fire, watching it closely until the tinder had fed a real flame. She fetched another stick and got its tip to catch fire, before she carried it to the pile of sticks she'd assembled. There's actual mana points in this weird system here. She couldn't help but grin and let out a whoop of joy that startled a few nearby birds into taking to the air. I can do magic. It also gave her more information about the way this thing worked. Granted, 17 mana for a little spark didn't seem very impressive, but that was hopefully just because it was an uncontrolled eruption of power and would improve with practice. She could still set a few things on fire with the mana she had. Regina glanced at the fire, then scrambled to clear the area around it and dragged stones there to form a perimeter. She didn't want to start a forest fire. It was still pretty small, but she found the bit of warmth it emitted welcome. Maybe she should try putting some fire close to the egg. She turned her attention inward, trying to search for the energy she'd used. The mana. After a few seconds, she realized the sensation had never really left. It was still there at the periphery of her awareness. 84 out of 100 mana. It had been at least 10 minutes, probably more. That wasn't a particularly fast regen rate. Maybe it was being impaired by something? She kind of felt like her magic should generally regenerate more quickly. Of course, her Hive Queen side might just not understand the circumstances, or something. She got another piece of wood and tried again, this time attempting to carefully monitor her use of her magic and guide it directly into the wood in a controlled manner. This time, it worked after a few seconds of focus. The wood caught fire. Regina glanced at the notification that appeared. mana, 72 out of 100. Apparently, she'd managed to reduce the mana used from 17 to 12. That wasn't bad for a first attempt. But she hesitated to experiment any further. With her slow regen, it would take a while for her mana to fill back up. And if she was attacked by a monster in the meantime, the ability to at least singe it a few times or light its surroundings on fire might be critical. Sighing, Regina started to gather a few more sticks in a spot close to the egg, then put her newly afire stick into it. At least she had a few improvised torches now. Even just a stick that was on fire would be useful against any predator or monster that might show up. Hopefully, the fire would help to scare them away from her spot, anyway. She shook her head, then decided to set off again. There were a few more bushes of those berries in the forest, and she'd earned breakfast. Luckily, Regina found one only a few minutes from her campfire, and quickly stripped its upper branches. Everything was quiet, and nothing bothered her during her meal or her walk back. She gathered a few more sticks, then settled down next to her fire. The warmth was nice. She kept it small and made sure it would last for a while. She'd gather more firewood later and keep it burning through the night. Then she closed her eyes and rested. Occasionally, when her mana had regenerated a little, she'd try again to set another stick on fire with as little mana as possible. It was late afternoon when Regina stirred herself again. She stood up, stretched, and wandered over to her egg. It had definitely grown. This time, it wasn't a trick of the light or just her imagination, she was sure of it. She stared down at it, then sat on a grassy patch, sighing. At least she wouldn't have to wait long. Chapter 5, Tricks, Traps and Exploration. Regina startled awake, pulled from a dark dream by a nearby sound. The dream didn't linger, and she felt wide awake instantly, quickly sitting up. The night was almost silent, except for a few scattered insects and the rustling of leaves. Her fire had burned low in the night, though it still gave off enough light that she saw her surroundings clearly. Piles of rocks, cut vines, and wood sat beside her campsite. After a moment of looking around, she spotted what had woken her. From the edge of the forest, she saw a shadow creeping closer. Two eyes glowed softly in the darkness. She grabbed two of the best rocks she'd found, which she'd put next to where she'd slept on a heap of leaves she'd gathered. Then Regina took a step to the side and carefully picked up a burning stick in her right hand, waving it from side to side for a moment. Her potential opponent was a big cat with a black coat. It looked a bit bigger than a normal panther to her. She watched as it stalked carefully closer, its reflective eyes fixed on her. After a moment, another blue box popped up on the edge of her vision, where it didn't obstruct her view. Black Panther, level? She hissed at it, a drawn-out, chilling sound she hadn't known she was capable of. The big cat stopped. Regina took a few steps forward slowly and waved her improvised torch. "Get away from here, kitty," she called out, trying to sound confident and intimidating. "There's no food for you here." The panther had paused. As far as Regina could tell, it seemed hesitant, perhaps wondering if the potential meal was worth it. At least it wasn't mindlessly aggressive like the monster duck had been. Regina took a deep breath, then focused on the feeling of the energy in her. She fixed her gaze on a bushel of grass just in front of the cat, then let the magic go. It felt harder than in any of her practice, as if she had to push through an obstruction that was actively fighting her, but after a moment of struggle, she managed it. Mana, 70 out of 100. The grass caught fire. The panther wasn't close enough to be burnt by it, but it still drew back, hissing. She should have had about 90 mana. This had taken more than her earlier experiments, probably because of the distance involved. But she'd managed it, and the cat seemed to get the message. She stared hard at it, unblinking, clutching her torch. After a moment, it disappeared into the darkness of the forest. Regina put two new branches into her fire and sat back down, sighing. She should have enough firewood to last the night. And she definitely had better low-light vision than a human. She kept sitting there for a while, listening to the sounds of the night and watching the edge of the forest and the hills. After some time during which everything was quiet, she gave in to her sleepiness and lay back down, closing her eyes. It still took her a while to fall asleep. The rest of the night was quiet, with no more disturbances. When Regina blinked the sleep out of her eyes the following morning and got up, she saw she had slept through most of the dawn. She yawned and stretched, still feeling tired. Hopefully, she'd be able to get a good night's sleep one day soon. But she shook herself awake and started her day. She had a lot to do. The egg appeared to have grown overnight, at least a little. She found it hard to estimate how big the creature inside would be. It was probably still a little smaller than her egg had been. I should have paid more attention at the time, but in my defense, being hatched is a little traumatic. Not that a comparison would help much. She didn't know what was inside, but she seriously doubted that it was someone else just like her. That just didn't feel right. Still, Regina couldn't help but feel a little anxious at the increased size. If it did house a monster that turned out to be hostile, a bigger one would give her more trouble. Still, her instincts didn't want her to leave the egg. And they definitely knew more about this than the human side of her mind. She shook her head and left, heading back into the forest to get started with the plans she'd made when she was trying to sleep. It took Regina a while to find another berry bush, and while she was hungry, she didn't take all of the berries she could reach. They might have to last her a while. She'd really like to get some more meat, but she'd have to be careful. After that, she went to the river, which was again empty except for a few birds, then returned to her camp. She spent a few frustrating hours trying to make simple tools and things she could use. It was harder than it seemed to lay traps. She had wooden sticks and the vines she used as ropes, but no knowledge of how to use them. Still, after a while she managed a few simple slings that were hopefully well enough hidden, and one more complicated trap involving a young sapling she'd bent back and tied with a vine. They were all targeted at the small wildlife of the forest. Regina knew she didn't have much hope of her work holding up to bigger animals. She also managed to make herself a crude spear, little more than a sharp rock, tied onto the straightest stick she'd been able to find. She was a little dubious that it would actually work better than her claws, but it couldn't hurt to try. Well, it could, but it's still worth trying. Thus armed, Regina set off for a bit of exploration, to get to know her surrounding territory better. She didn't want to go too far from the egg, but there were still a few spots she hadn't explored yet reasonably close by. It took her a few hours, since she went slowly and took the time to examine any points of interest closely, as well as returning to check on her campsite periodically. She saw a few more predators or monsters, but only from a distance, and avoided them as well as she could. The most interesting thing she found were another few plants that the strange system gave her blue boxes for. None of them seemed as useful as the vines to her. Maybe they had health-related effects, but the blue boxes didn't say, and Regina wasn't keen on experimenting on herself. She still carefully memorized their locations and appearance, in case it ever turned out to be relevant. Maybe they'd be useful for some experiments later. They smelled just like any other forest plants, and she wasn't sure if their scent would be enough for her to recognize them. She hoped her inhuman sense of smell would help her protect herself against monsters, but the panther last night had appeared downwind of her. Other hunters would probably be smart enough to do the same. In the end, Regina got reasonably familiar with the surrounding area. When she returned to her campsite, she drew a crude map in the dirt with a stick, although she didn't really need it to remember what she'd seen. It appeared like the surrounding area was largely forest, with the river cutting through it in a slightly meandering path. The best landmark aside from that was her own location. Further to the west, she'd found other clusters of hills, which slowly grew more frequent until they transitioned into a largely forested low mountain range. She wasn't entirely sure, but she thought there might be a larger mountain chain in the distance. She'd need a day with clear skies, no dust in the air, and a good vantage point to check. Hopefully she'd see the tops of those mountains more clearly then, if that was what she'd seen. She hadn't found any signs of civilization so far, but she also hadn't been able to look very far into the forest to the east. There could have been a village in a clearing just a few kilometers from here, and she wouldn't know. You might even reach the end of the forest and several towns or cities, not much farther than that. I can hope, at least. Of course, there didn't appear to be any air pollution that she could detect, and she'd seen a marvelously clear sky with innumerable stars at night. Far more than Regina thought she would have seen before, not that she could remember specific instances. That indicated she was either far in the wilderness, a long way from any cities, or that the local civilization was at a low-tech level. She wasn't sure which she'd prefer. However things turned out, if she felt she absolutely needed to leave, she could always throw a few tree trunks in the water and try to ride them down the river. It shouldn't be that hard to make a canoe, right? She hadn't seen any rapids or waterfalls either. But for now, she had access to water, at least some food, and hadn't been eaten by monsters yet. This place wasn't so bad if she had to be stranded alone in the wilderness. Regina stayed out until the daylight started to fade again. Then she took a quick break, gathered a bit more firewood, and decided to check on her traps quickly before she went to the river again. To her surprise, one of her traps had actually caught something. It was a loop made of vine which now held a small furry animal dangling from a tree. She carefully poked it with a stick before she started to take it down. Her catch looked like a rabbit, or maybe a hare? Regina wasn't clear on the difference. She thought its ears were a little short and its teeth a little too sharp, but for all she knew, that was actually perfectly normal. She reset the trap as well as she could, since it had been her most successful one so far, before she carried her prey back to her campsite. Once there, she used the sharpest rock she'd been able to find to try to skin it. Her claws would probably have been better, but she didn't like the idea of using her fingers for something this gory. Her instincts were eagerly pushing her to eat it, and she had to swallow her saliva regularly. But she wanted to preserve its hide if she could. Unfortunately, the stone wasn't up to the task, and she made a bit of a mess of it. At least she managed to avoid puncturing its intestines. She pulled those out and threw them aside, grimacing at the smell. She should bury them later. This work was bloodier than she'd like. But, as Regina discovered when she absently licked a claw clean, blood didn't taste so bad. She paused at that thought, then shook her head and carried on. She carefully took out the hare's teeth and a few sinews. Then she finally gave in to temptation and cut off a piece of meat to try. It tasted delicious. She'd been afraid it was something about the monster that had made it taste that good, but maybe her species just liked meat. Raw meat. Regina grimaced and quickly put a larger piece onto a stick to get it over the fire. She waited impatiently, wedging the stick between a few rocks and using another to dig a hole for the garbage. Then she took her meal from the fire, even if it was still a bit undercooked, and ate. Still good. It seemed like her species could eat cooked food, at least. Now if only she had something to drink, it would be an even nicer evening. Chapter 6, Companion. The egg started to hatch the next day. Regina had just come back from her last trip to the river. At first, she thought she'd imagined the crack. It was a very faint sound, almost lost to the birdsong and rustle of the forest. But she hurried over to the egg to check on it anyway. The egg was now big enough that she thought a human child could probably fit comfortably inside if they were curled up tightly. She stared at it for a few moments, but didn't hear anything else. Then it started to tremble faintly, and the small crack she'd missed started to expand until it wrapped itself around most of the egg's upper part. She took a step forward, starting to go and help, before she hesitated. Regina lowered her arms and simply watched, tense, as the egg cracked further. Her fingers found the sharp stone she'd tucked into the makeshift belt around her waist and she clenched it tightly. The first bit of the shell started to fly off. She took a step back, narrowing her eyes. She smelled someone else, a strong scent that she couldn't quite place, but felt as if it should be familiar. It was a different kind than anything she'd gotten from the forest. Then the being inside the egg seemingly gave it a push and it started to shatter in earnest, allowing the hatchling to climb out. Just then, a blue box popped up in Regina's vision. Congratulations, system access has been unlocked for you. Welcome to the system. Full functionality should now be available. She blinked, focusing back on the newly hatched being. Normally she'd be excited to delve into it right away, but this system had the worst timing. What she saw was obviously another member of Regina's species. Its body shape suggested a male, and something about the scent said the same. He was a little shorter than her, at least for now, but although he stood on 2 legs, he had 6 extremities. One pair of human-like arms much like hers, and another pair that was much more insectal, with a scythe-like appendage on the front of each. He was covered in the same kind of shell she was. After she looked at him for a moment, another blue box popped up to identify him. Drone Warrior, Level 1. The newborn warrior tilted his head slightly, blinking his dark, obviously inhuman eyes. "Hello there," she said, her heart pounding quickly. The drone warrior appeared to hesitate for a moment, before he took a step towards her. "Mother? My queen?" Regina felt a weight she hadn't realized was there lift off her and let out a deep breath of relief. "Yes," she said. She smiled at him. "Come here. We have a lot to talk about." There was something about him. Her instincts were pretty silent, except for a general positive feeling, but she felt connected to him in a way she couldn't describe. It was only after she'd spoken that she started to wonder if he might be a threat, and even then the idea felt silly. This was a drone of her hive. Of course he was hers. The warrior walked towards her, his first few steps unsteady before he seemed to find his balance. He looked around, but his gaze quickly returned to her. "I don't suppose you know what we are?" she asked hopefully. He shook his head. "I'm a warrior of the hive. Beyond that, I don't know." His stubby antennae flicked. "We're not human, are we?" "I know about them, but we're clearly not." She nodded. "How do you know that?" This whole thing was strange. "How do you know how to speak this language, for that matter?" He tilted his head again. "Because you do, I think," he said hesitantly. "I think I get it from you, my queen." "I don't know. There are things I know, that I just know when I need them, but that's all." She regarded him thoughtfully. That might make sense, in a weird way. If newborn drone warriors got knowledge imparted to them somehow, then they could be ready to fight much more quickly. It wasn't like any of this was normal. "Maybe we can ask the system about me," he asked. "I saw a blue notification earlier." "All right." She smiled. "Try to call up your status sheet." "Do you think there's a way I can see it, too?" His gaze grew unfocused for a second, then he nodded. "I got it. I feel like you should be able to see it, too. I mean, you're the Hive Queen." She narrowed her eyes at him. A moment later, with a soft ping, a window opened. Name, not applicable. Drone Warrior. Level, 1. Mana, not applicable. Con, 9. STR, 10. Dex, 9. End, 8. Int, 15. Wis, 9. Regina raised an eyebrow. Huh. Interesting. The way the new warrior looked at her vaguely reminded her of an eager puppy. "Did you get it? What do you think, mother?" She winced slightly. "I can't be a mom, damn it." She shifted her weight uncomfortably, suddenly aware of how she must look like to him. A strange woman of the same species, wearing only a kind of loincloth or short skirt made of a rabbit pelt, with a vine wrapped around her forearm and armed with stones and a spear made of a stick. Her middle was still stuck with a bit of gunk, and she had a cut on her cheek from an errant tree branch of all things. "I think it's interesting," she answered, pushing those thoughts aside. "You have pretty high intelligence for a warrior, I guess, but if that's how you're talking to me so well, I'm definitely not going to complain." "Thank you, my queen." He bowed his head. "I hope I will be able to be useful to you." She cleared her throat. "Well, first things first. You need a name. I don't suppose you've already got one?" He shook his head. "All right, then I'll give one to you." "HM." She frowned, thinking for a moment. He waited patiently while she paced up and down a few steps. "Max," she finally decided. "What do you think?" "It can be short for Maximus later, maybe, but I guess you'd need to grow into that." He smiled. "Thank you, my queen." Name Max, given to Drone Warrior LVL1. She shook her head. "All right. I guess we'll see if that actually has any effect." She hesitated for a moment. She should see about her own status sheet, but a part of her felt trepidation at the thought. Besides, Max was still just hatched and deserved her attention. Not to mention, there were things she still wanted to investigate. "I'll show you what I've been doing, okay," she said. "Is there anything you need?" He shook his head as he started to follow her. "No, thank you, my queen." "You can call me Regina," she said. Then she realized she hadn't actually given him her name before. Ugh, that was kind of rude. She showed him the piles she'd made of firewood, other wood she'd gathered that might be useful for construction or making tools, stones, cut vines, and her abortive attempts at making a basket. It hadn't gone well. Then she led him into the forest to point out the traps she'd attempted. "I haven't been out here long," she explained, scratching her cheek. "I only hatched a few days before you, actually. I've killed one monster and scared another one off in that time. With your help, I hope we'll be able to do more than that." He nodded firmly. "I'll fight whatever monster you need me to." How well do these traps actually work?" "I caught a rabbit yesterday." Regina shrugged. Max took a good look at the sling she was currently showing him, but he looked a little doubtful. She could guess what he was thinking. His blade limbs didn't look well suited to this, or to other detail work, and he clearly preferred the idea of using them against bigger game. Personally, she appreciated that he had natural weapons of his own and didn't need her to make some. "How about we go hunting?" she suggested. "There are a few animals, and maybe even weaker monsters that I think we could take with two of us. And now that I don't need to keep watch on an egg, I can move a little farther from the camp. Besides, I could use some food, and you're probably hungry, right?" He nodded eagerly. "I am." "That would be great." So they set off. Max walked beside her as well as the forest allowed, but from the way he looked around, Regina got the feeling he was trying to play bodyguard. She smiled slightly. She felt a lot better having someone else with her, and she actually did feel safer with a warrior to protect her. Although it might be more than that. Regina dodged around a tree once, but somehow, she still knew where he was. She only realized it after she was back beside him, as seamlessly as if he'd always been in her sight. She hesitated, then closed her eyes for a moment. She could still tell his location. She was aware of it the same way she might be able to tell the position of her fingers, even if she didn't pay attention to them. When she focused on it, she got an actual sense of his presence. To the human part of Regina's mind, it was uncanny. She slowed to a stop, looking at Max thoughtfully. "Regina, is everything all right?" he asked. He glanced around as if expecting a threat to jump out of the woodwork, and his right blade lifted a little. "No, everything's fine," she answered. "I just realized I don't really understand what kind of connection we have, even if I can feel it. I get the feeling there's more to it that we haven't explored." Max relaxed a little and smiled. "You can explore it however you like, my queen. It would be an honor." He frowned slightly, clearly thinking hard, searching his instinctive knowledge. "I feel like you might be able to send your awareness into me? It's hard to explain." "I'd like to try that. Are you okay with it?" "Of course. I'm yours to command." No warrior of the Hive would object to hosting his queen. He sounded certain, even as he looked a bit unsure, like he wasn't sure where this came from. Regina nodded, then sighed and closed her eyes. This time, she focused closely on Max. The smell of him, the feeling of his presence. There was a small part of her mind that was linked to him, always. She hadn't realized it before, although a part of her must have known. Then she had a brief sense of disorientation, and suddenly she was even closer to his consciousness. It felt strange, and yet clear. She settled into it like she was sitting down on a seat that had been designed for her. He looked at the forest and her, and Regina saw what he saw. It was strange to look at herself through someone else's eyes, and she paused for a moment. She heard the way the birdsong sounded in his ears, and she smelled the forest through him. And herself. The way she smelled to him was a little weird for her. It seemed stronger than anything else, and it brought feelings of home and family, pride and determination, even if those were only vague concepts for Max. Regina shifted. She could still move her own body, although it was difficult with her attention split. She didn't think she'd be able to do anything that required care or concentration. "How does this feel for you?" she asked. She slurred her words a little, and heard it through both her own body and his ears. "It's okay, nothing bad," Max said. She felt the movements he used to talk. "Hard to describe. Do you want to try controlling me?" She paused for a moment. That was possible? It did feel like it should be. "All right." Then she reached in and nudged him a little. Max's head turned, and the view she got of the trees around them changed. She carefully took a step forward with his body, noticing the way he automatically compensated for the distribution of his weight. Then she made him crouch down, and tried to move his scythe appendage across the ground. The result was barely legible. You needed a lot of imagination to read it as letters. But it should be possible. Regina pulled back, then withdrew from his mind completely. The transition was just as disorienting as before, though it passed quickly. It made her far more aware of the feelings she'd gotten from Max, echoes of which she still sensed. The warrior smiled. He looked pleased. "Do we keep going now?" "Yes, of course. Let's go." Regina shook her head and set off again. Would it work like this with every hive drone she had? A very interesting development, indeed. Chapter 7, First Hunt. Max wasn't sure what to make of his life. He had only been alive for a few minutes, definitely less than an hour. He had a vague feeling that it wasn't normal to be the only hive drone of a queen in the wilderness, without even proper tools or structures. He kind of liked the forest, actually, although it wasn't like he had seen much of anything. He glanced around warily as they walked through it. That was a bit of a problem, since he didn't have any experience with its dangers. As the only warrior, it fell to him to protect the Hive Queen. He wasn't sure he was up to the task. But he had to be. Failure wasn't an option. He looked at his queen, Regina, and noticed that she walked with easy grace down the game trail they'd found. She kept a quick pace without any signs of tiredness. Which was actually more than he could say, since he was starting to breathe hard already. Just then, she looked at him, caught his gaze, and smiled. Was she actually stronger and had more endurance than him? Maybe that had to do with those stats? He knew his were low. "Regina," he began hesitantly. She'd told him he could call her that. He wasn't sure if that was a softly worded command or just an offer. "Can I ask you about stats?" She raised an eyebrow. "Sure. I only know what I can guess from the video games that I somehow know about, though." He nodded when she paused, perhaps gathering her thoughts. "I guess con means constitution and says how tough you are," she began. "That probably means general hardiness and resistance to poison and so on. There doesn't seem to be a vitality stat and I haven't seen any health bars, so I guess that just works like the real world. I mean, like it would without a system. This isn't a video game." She shook her head. "Anyway, strength seems pretty straightforward, just the strength of your muscles. Dexterity is presumably related to fine motor control and how nimble you are with your hands. If I had to guess, speed is probably determined by a mix of dex and STR. But who knows? And endurance is probably your stamina. I guess intelligence and wisdom sound clear, but I honestly have no idea how the system would measure them. Or increase them if raising stat points is a thing. That thought is actually a bit scary." "It is," Max agreed. He didn't want any weird system messing around with his head. Sure, his queen might have access to it, too, but that was completely different. He shook his head to dispel that thought and focused on what he'd wanted to talk about. "My queen, if I may ask, what about your own stats?" She glanced away. "Well, I guess I have to take the plunge sometime," she mumbled. He kept quiet as she stopped and stared off into the distance, clearly checking a system screen. After a second, her face twisted into a scowl. "What do you mean, unavailable? What the hell?" She paused, then narrowed her eyes. "And what the hell is up with that man account?" I'm pretty sure it was at most 90 earlier. I was practicing, and how did that increase? When she turned back to him, Max had to fight the impulse to bow his head and scramble away. He rather doubted that would please her in these circumstances. Instead, he gathered his courage and asked, "Is there anything I need to know, my queen?" Her expression turned thoughtful. "Maybe I can share it with you." "Hold on a moment." For another few seconds, she seemed to focus on her system interface while he waited. Then another window opened up. Regina. Hive Queen. Level 1. Mana, 105 out of 120. Hive, 1/1, 0. Your stats are currently unavailable. We apologize for the inconvenience. Max could understand why Regina was frustrated at not being able to see her stats. He wasn't sure what was up with the mana, though. As if sensing his thoughts, she started to explain, "I had a mana pool of 100 earlier. I guess your hatching changed that. Maybe my mana actually increases based on my hive?" She looked happy at the thought, and Max had to agree with that. Her getting stronger would be nice. It's also regenerating faster, she continued. Look, it just jumped up a point. Not sure why that is, it could also be because of your presence. Or maybe having an egg developing was siphoning off mana. He nodded. It wasn't like he had any input to offer. Then the hive. She frowned again. I'm guessing it shows the limit of the hive members I can have, not just how many I currently have. Which means just you. Hopefully that increases if I level up, but I can't see how it wouldn't. And the third number is probably the number of eggs currently gestating, or whatever you call it. Max nodded again, more glumly this time. He really would like to have more brothers or sisters to help him. There was strength and safety in numbers. Thank you for the explanation, and for allowing me to see your status. She gestured with her hand as if waving off his thanks. Let's keep going, Max. They followed the trail for another few minutes, while Max thought about what he'd seen. He wished he had her stats to compare his to, though that might not be a good comparison. He had his natural weapons, hopefully they would be enough in a fight. He did want to hunt, though. The idea of a good fight and fresh meat made his heart beat faster in excitement and his mouth water. Hunger was a growing hole in his belly, but he still had enough strength to last for a while. It would have to do. He didn't even know what he could eat. Except meat, obviously, given what Regina had said. At that moment, she stopped again, this time beside a bush with dark berries. It looked like half of them had been stripped off. You should be able to eat those, she said. Go ahead, eat as many as you like. She took one of them and popped it into her mouth. Max copied her. The berries tasted pretty good, and before he knew it, he was eating them by the handful. Regina ate a few, as well, but not as much as him. Then, with the worst of his hunger sated, they continued on. Max glanced around, looking at the birds singing in the trees above them. They might be tasty, too, if he could find a way to catch them. I was hoping to get a deer, Regina explained quietly, or maybe a weak monster. Can you help me track some prey? I'll do my best, my queen. Max focused on what his nose could tell him. He did catch traces of deer, not that he knew how he recognized the scent. There should be a herd around here somewhere. Monsters were harder to identify. But he started walking in the direction he smelled the deer, his queen keeping pace with him. They quickly stumbled onto a game trail that was probably used by the deer. He could also smell water close by, though he didn't see the stream itself. The wind shifted, which would help them hide their own scent from their prey, but made it harder to find that prey. They hadn't walked that far, but Max got the impression Regina hadn't been here before. She glanced around warily. He frowned to himself, taking a deep sniff of the air. There was something about it. The trees were thinning ahead of them, probably leading to another clearing, but they were still thick enough to hide behind. Wait. He darted forward and grabbed Regina, bringing them to a stop. He could almost feel the sudden surge of anger from her, but his attention was fixed on the trees. A few meters away, just behind them, leaves rustled. They turned around and he let go of her as the smell got stronger. Then the monster jumped out. After a moment, he recognized it as a wolf. A really big one. It had mostly gray fur, though its eyes were burned orange, and when it bared its teeth at them, they looked really big and sharp. As Max stared at it, the system gave him a notification. Flame-tongue wolf, level? Flame? Just as he was thinking it, a burst of heat grew in front of the wolf. He jumped aside just in time to dodge the tongue of flame that shot from the monster. It crashed into the tree behind them, sending out showers of sparks. His heart seemed to skip a beat as he looked for Regina. But she was okay, she'd dodged to the other side. Now she advanced on the wolf, her makeshift spear held out in front of her. Max scrambled to do the same on its other side. He really wanted to tell his queen he would take care of it himself, but he could tell that would be a stupid idea. The wolf seemed to consider her the greater threat, since it turned to face her. He jumped forward and stabbed at it with his blade arms. Or tried to, at least. One of them glanced off its thick fur, and it jumped just in time to dodge the other one. But that opened it up to attack from Regina. She darted forward, thrusting her spear at it. The hit connected, but it seemed to be a shallow slash. The wolf carried through with its movement, only a little blood trickling from the wound. Max had only a split second of warning and duffed to the side to evade another flaming attack. It scorched the back of his shell, and his left blade arm drooped. Burning pain prickled in it, but he still had his other limbs. While Regina occupied the wolf's attention, Max crouched and picked up a few stones. He threw them at the monster with all of his might. One of them hit it on the snout and seemed to daze it, allowing his queen to rake its chest. The wolf retreated, yipping a little. Then it growled at the two of them. Max charged forward, sweeping for its limbs. The wolf tried to dodge, but his blade clipped its right foreleg. That made the monster stumble to the side. This time, Regina didn't press the attack. Max learned why a second later, when a burning piece of wood sailed for the monster. The wolf ducked, but the torch still hit its back. Max crouched in a defensive position as the smell of smoke stung his nose. But after a moment, he realized it wasn't very strong. The wolf's thick fur seemed to protect it against the fire somewhat. Maybe he should have expected something like this, given its ability. It growled at them again, a sound that would have made his hairs raise if he'd had any. "You take its left side, I'll go right," Regina said in a clipped tone. Max moved to obey right away, keeping his injured blade back while he led with his other one. He tried to take his cue from his queen. When she darted forward once again, he moved in, too. He swept his blade low, then stabbed upward when the wolf moved. It managed to dodge the thrust of Regina's spear, but Max got it in the side. He put all his strength and weight into it. When the wolf stumbled to the side and he had to correct his balance, he saw that he'd gotten it. That wound bled a lot more than the others, and the wolf was obviously panting. Regina didn't give it any time to recover. She swept in again. She fainted to the side, which the monster managed to dodge, but then Max pushed it off balance and she managed to thrust her spear into its eye. He moved to her side, taking a defensive position. But the wolf only thrashed aimlessly. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, its eyes staring lifelessly upward. "Huh," Regina said. "Did you level up, too?" Chapter 8, Leveling Up. "You have leveled up." Regina stared at the notification for a moment longer, an excited grin on her face, before she turned back. She could dive into system screens later, at least as far as it would let her. For now, they had to deal with the monster they'd just killed. She glanced at Max. It was a pity that he hadn't leveled up, too, but that shouldn't take much longer. Regina had fought a monster before and arguably contributed more to this one's death than him, so it was probably to be expected. "It's probably best if we bleed it out here, before we get it back to our camp," she said. "All right," Max agreed. He crouched and cut open what was probably a vein with one of his blades, then lifted the corpse of the wolf to let the blood drain. Regina grimaced, considered if they should have dug a hole for it, then stepped closer to help him lift it. Max glanced at her hesitantly, then at their kill. May I?" "Sure," she said. She didn't know what exactly he was asking for, but he'd probably earned the right to take a bite. Instead, the drone lowered his face to the cut and started drinking the blood draining out of it. Regina raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment. The smell did seem vaguely appetizing, although she'd rather wait until they had some actual meat that they'd cooked on the fire. It didn't take long for most of the blood in the corpse to drain. Max lifted the front of it, while Regina grabbed the wolf's back legs, and they started walking back the direction they'd come. The monster was heavy, but it was doable, especially with the two of them. It occurred to her that a human would probably find it weird to think of eating a wolf. Regina didn't mind, though. It was their prey which they'd killed. Wouldn't leaving it to rot be the irresponsible thing to do, anyway? The trip back took longer than they'd taken to get there, since they were weighed down by their kill. Regina kept a wary eye out. The smell of blood might attract predators, and just because she hadn't seen any higher-level monsters here didn't mean they didn't exist. A few times, a rustling in the undergrowth made her tense up and reach for her spear. But she never smelled anything alarming, and they didn't see another monster. "Let's stop here," she said once they reached the edge of the forest beside their camp. "I don't really know how to clean or gut a catch, but let's try our best." Max didn't seem to mind. She used some vines to string the corpse up, then he set to the task with enthusiasm. "Leave it to me, my queen," he said when she approached with another sharp stone. "I think I understand the basics, and there's no need for you to dirty yourself with work like this." Regina nodded. Truth be told, she definitely preferred not to do this herself. She leaned against a tree so she could at least watch him. "If we can get the fur largely intact, we can use it," she commented. "I'd also like to get the bladder, so we can have something to store water in. The rest is optional, though we should have enough meat to last a while, especially if we cook it." "Hey, you're doing pretty well." She could see that Max fumbled a little. His dexterity wasn't very high. But he used his small claws and, carefully, the blade on his other arms, to good effect. After a moment, she started digging a hole to bury the innards in. Then she leaned back and finally took a look at her status sheet. Her stats were still unavailable. But as she'd expected, the entry for Hive had risen to 1/2. After a moment of looking at her status, she saw another notification. "You may now select your first spell." Regina whistled, although the sound didn't come out quite right. An actual magic spell? That sounded great. She'd have to take a long look at her possible choices and consider it carefully. But for now, her eyes were drawn back to the fourth line of her status, where it described her hive. "You know, I'm not quite sure what to do." She sighed. Max raised his head, looking at her with perfect attentiveness, while he kept handling the wolf's rib cage. "I don't know if I should make another egg. I could, now, especially after I get a good meal. At least I think so. But would it be good to just create another person like that? And what about my mana? If it limits my regen again, that might be a problem. What do you think?" Max frowned, bending back down over his work. "I don't know, my queen. I feel like our hive should grow, but it's not my decision to make. A hive's growth and makeup are the Hive Queen's purview." All right." Regina shook her head, then stepped forward to take one of the cuts of meat Max was making. She put the first two on sharpened wooden sticks and stuck them over the fire. It didn't take too long for him to finish and for their food to be done. She carefully lowered the first spit and put the meat on a large leaf, then laid it beside her. She knew Max would insist she get the first steak. She pushed the second one towards him and he copied her. The monster tasted a lot better than the rabbit. Regina chewed in silence, calling up another screen to check on that spell she'd been promised. "You may now select your first spell. You can use a spellbook, learn a spell from a teacher or other source of information, or pick one from the list below. Spark, magic missile, magic armor, heat vision, expand senses, physical augmentation, water manipulation, lesser basic conjuration." Regina raised an eyebrow. A teacher or books were obviously not an option for her, so she'd have to pick one of those. It looked like a pretty basic list. Well, she already knew it was possible to do magic without the help of a spell. Hopefully, that meant she could learn something like water manipulation on her own with training. I can learn a spell for my level up, she told Max. I just have to choose one. He nodded. That's great. Which one are you getting? She considered it for another moment. I think I'll choose Magic Missile. Hopefully, that will help me understand how magic in general works. And we don't have a ranged option yet, so that takes priority. My senses are already pretty good, I don't think my physical stats are too lacking, and they all seem pretty basic. I'd love to be able to conjure stuff, but that would probably be so weak that it's not worth it. She sighed. Hopefully, unlocking Magic Missile will enable me to get more powerful attack spells later. She focused on it intently for a moment. The screen vanished in a shower of small sparks, and she felt something settle in her, like a small shift in the mana in her body. Narrowing her eyes, she thought hard about her spells, calling up a new window. Spells. Spark. Magic Missile. No further information was provided. Interesting that I already have the spark spell. I guess my practice paid off. Well, the others are probably much harder to learn, unfortunately. Regina stood up and tried to brush off her hands, which wasn't easy with her current lack of accommodations. She then turned and eyed a piece of rock some distance away. Out of the corner of her eyes, she noticed Max perk up expectantly. She took a deep breath and focused on the mana inside her. It was easy to move it, a lot simpler than when she'd started. She knew the shape she had to give it. Magic Missile was more complex than Spark, but she guided it into place almost by instinct. Then she raised a hand and focused on pushing the mana out in just the right way. There was a slight whoosh sound and a faintly blue shimmering ball shot out of her hand. It arced through the air slightly, its passage disturbing nothing and causing no wind, before it hit the side of the rocky outcropping. Regina narrowed her eyes and stepped closer. There was no sign of her attack, the rock wasn't even scratched. Still, this was a good start. She glanced at her status again quickly. 105 out of 120 mana and rising. Good. I guess a 15 mana cost isn't too bad, especially if I might be able to optimize it, and if I get more by growing my hive. That was awesome. Max grinned. The next monster that tries to attack you is in for a nasty surprise. He deflated a little. I hope I get a cool ability when I level up. I'm sure you will. She smiled at him. It shouldn't take much more for you to get to level 2, anyway. There's no experience bar in our screens, but the system might still tally XP behind the scenes. Anyway, are you finished with the remains of the monster? Oh, almost. He jumped up quickly. I think I've got the bladder, but I still need to clean it, and I should bury the rest of the viscera. You do that. Regina wandered back to the campfire while he scurried off to continue working. Then she cracked her neck and walked over to the little hollow where his egg had been, while Max was still busy working. She took a deep breath. Time to make another egg. A prompt popped up. You are able to lay another egg. Choose carefully what you will add to your hive. Drone worker. Drone warrior. Regina regarded the prompt with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, the system was involved in this process and telling her what sort of drone she could make. Well, not that she'd had a lot of conscious control last time. She'd probably chosen subconsciously. With a little sigh, she reached out and tapped the drone warrior option. A worker would be nice, but right now, she was still concerned about survival. A worker might have some ability to fight and defend themselves, but she couldn't rely on that. Her limit would increase again when she leveled up, so it wasn't like she'd be limited to only warriors for long. She crouched down and closed her eyes as she felt a sense of pressure gathering again, this time definitely involving her mana acting up. A few minutes later, she walked away from the nesting spot, another large, dark egg sitting snugly in the earth. It looked almost identical to how Max's had looked. Regina busied herself moving a small pile of sticks over, making another small fire close to it to warm the egg. Hopefully, her options would expand when she leveled up. She was excited to see what other types of drones her little hive might get. Maybe something that could fly? That seemed pretty advanced, but maybe later. A specialized hunter or scout could be nice. Maybe something to help her out with more mundane things. What I'd really like is a magic teacher drone, but that's probably too much to ask for. Still, getting some drones with magic should be in the cards, right? I can't be the only one in the whole hive. Maybe eventually something that lays eggs, too? She checked her status again over the next while and grimaced to herself. Her mana regeneration was reduced by a lot, as she'd feared. Well, considering drones apparently grew to maturity, or something close, within just a few days, a bit of her mana was probably a more than fair price. She had a feeling that her class, or race, or whatever, was already really powerful as it was. Sure, in terms of hives, having a single point of failure was probably a risk, but if you considered a Hive Queen herself, you'd quickly have a strong mage, with an army of loyal subordinates. Regina wasn't sure if she should hope that the people of this world didn't know about them or that they did. Chapter 9, Preparations. Regina, Max called from the edge of the forest, do we need more wood? Regina turned to watch him stagger under a big pile of sticks and broken off branches. Having 4 arms came in handy, even if 2 of his lacked proper grasping implements like hands. I think that's enough, she replied as she approached him, glancing over what they'd gathered so far. Max had settled in pretty well, and the 2 of them had even started to develop something of a routine in the day or so since he'd woken up. She'd finally gotten some proper sleep while he was staying on watch, then switched with him to watch for monsters or other dangers while he slept. They'd even caught another rabbit, which provided them a good breakfast. I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do with all this, Max admitted, stretching his upper arms and cracking his neck after he'd set down his batch. Neither am I, she replied. But we need some sort of shelter. It hasn't rained yet, but that's only a matter of time. Regina looked up at the sky with a frown. Clouds were gathering in the north. It might even rain later today. We should build it in the forest, so we have the shelter of the trees, he suggested. Maybe up against one of them? That's what I was thinking, yes. A shame we didn't find any other caves, that would have spared us a lot of work. She sighed. Well, let's get started. As it turned out, building a crude shelter wasn't all that difficult. They used the bigger and more robust logs of wood to form the basic structure, then added smaller sticks and a few large leaves they'd found. Regina used copious amounts of vines to tie it all together. She had some vague impressions of a building technique that used mud, maybe straw, and interwoven sticks to make walls, though that wasn't very useful yet. She knew her limits, and started with a shelter that looked like a small half-cylinder built against a thick tree trunk. It should be just enough to fit the 2 of them. It didn't need to have a lot of space, just offer them some shelter from the elements. It wasn't like they had any delicate possessions to protect. Once this is done, we should get started with building a proper building, she grumbled. Or at least something close to it. Even just a hut. I guess that might go better if we wait until we have some workers, though. Max glanced up. That means you intend to continue leveling, my queen? Of course. There are hopefully enough small monsters around to push both of us up a few levels. Regina shook her head. We should probably focus on that once we're done here. The other egg was still in development, and Regina couldn't help but be a little resentful of her system limits in making drones. She might not have the ability to take care of many of them, but it was still her body and her hive. They built their shelter near the tree line, so they still kept as close to the fireplace and the egg as possible. Later, Regina could ask Max to cut down some more tree branches for some more protection against wind and rain. Once they were finished, she stepped back to take in their work. It wouldn't win any beauty contests, but it should be functional enough. Max cleared his throat. I'd like to go to the river, and maybe gather some more food on the way back. Can I go? Of course. She gave him a distracted smile, then returned to her fire to make a new torch they could use. After she was done with that, she gathered new firewood, then checked on the egg again. It was growing quickly, at about the rate Max had, as far as she could tell. Already, it looked bigger than any bird egg she'd expect to see. Although in a world that might very well have giant monster birds, maybe that didn't mean much. Max was still out, so Regina made a slow circuit of the immediate environment around their camp, setting up a few new traps on the other side of the hill. She paused when she came to the cave system where she'd entered the world, checking the entrance. It was still sealed, and the door still didn't react to her efforts to get in at all. She shook out her hands and moved on. When Max still didn't return, Regina grew a bit worried. She considered going after him, but she didn't know exactly which path he'd taken. Besides, he might have just wanted some time alone. They'd been together almost non-stop since he was born, and with the apparent urge to be loyal that he felt, he might need some space. Still, after she waited for maybe 15 minutes without a peep, Regina sighed and closed her eyes. She just wanted to check on him quickly. So she focused on that sense of him that she'd gotten before, and tried to see if she could feel anything. Almost immediately, she realized that she needn't have worried. Their minds were obviously still linked, and this little distance between them wouldn't even begin to hurt the connection. She could pinpoint Max's location pretty well, or at least his bearing and distance from her. Dropping quickly into his mind to get more info, she realized that he was heading back to the camp, carrying a small animal. Regina withdrew and instead turned her attention to one of her projects. She'd started trying to carve something from a log of wood, though it was slow going. Stones really weren't good enough for that kind of work, and her claws weren't well suited to it, either. A few minutes later, she sensed Max approaching and put it away. He walked closer with a grin on his face, holding up his catch to show it to her. "Mother, I leveled up." Regina cocked her head. "You did? Is that a monster?" She tried focusing on it, but the system didn't give her anything. "The system told me it was a spiky squirrel. Max lowered it to the ground. "I guess it stops after a monster is dead. Maybe because it's not really a monster anymore?" Regina shook her head. "There may be an identify or analyze skill we could get." "Anyway, what happened?" Max scratched his nose. I stumbled on it on my way back from the river. It was a pretty aggressive little thing. It hit me with a few spikes, but my armor turned away most of them, and I got it with my blade arm." She could see that. It was a bit of a bloody mess. "I'm not sure I like you going off and fighting a monster on your own," she stated. He bowed his head, but she could still see his crestfallen expression. "I'm sorry, my queen. It won't happen again." Regina pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head. "Never mind. At least you're level 2 now, that's a good thing. We can eat that for dinner later." "What did leveling up do for you?" Max brightened up again. "My con increased. I guess the system automatically allocated a stat point. It also lets me choose an ability. Give me a second." Regina looked over his new status sheet. Max. Drone Warrior. Level 2. Mana, not applicable. Con, 10, +1. STR, 10. Dex, 9. End, 8. Int, 15. Wis, 9. "That's good," she said. "You could use some more end, but con's not bad either. Although Warrior is probably a strength-heavy build with a minor focus of con. I guess we'll see. So what abilities did it offer you?" Max appeared to stare into space as he presumably accessed another system window. "Only a few. They're called class skills here. I could get Warrior's Charge, Strength for the Hive or Last Bastion. He frowned as his eyes darted side to side. "It seems like Charge is a movement ability that gives me a short-term boost to my stats, and the Strength thing is a direct increase to STR that varies based on other Hive drones in your group and might give bonus effects. Bastion only works if I'm the only fighter of the Hive in the vicinity. It boosts my con and basically makes me immune to fatigue or effects that would impede my mind or my movements." That sounded interesting. Do the descriptions give any more details? "No, I'm sorry. They're pretty vague." Max looked at her. "Which should I take?" "It's your decision. I'm not going to force you to take a skill you don't want." Max frowned. Really? I want to be as useful as I can for you and the hive, and I'm not sure I know what's best. Still, it's generally better if we don't rely on me to make these decisions or micromanage everything. Besides, making people get specific skills and forcing them down a path that doesn't suit them won't work out well in the long run. But if you want my opinion, I can still give you tips. Regina frowned thoughtfully. They all sound pretty nice, especially if this is a basic skill. We don't have many drones in the hive right now, obviously, so that one's probably not a good choice. The charge sounds good, but with our current situation, that last bastion could be a real lifeline. Even later, there will probably still be situations where it's applicable. It will probably be more situational, long-term, but we have to survive to get there first. Max nodded seriously. Thank you, my queen. Then I'll choose last bastion. Good. I wonder if the choice of skills is influenced by our situation, or if everyone gets those starting options. Max stretched. He didn't look any different. I don't know. I don't think we have any way to find out. Of course. Regina turned to throw a new log into the fire. They didn't really need it during the day, but she preferred to keep it burning. Their situation was getting better. Weirdly, that just made her nervous. They still hadn't seen much of this world they lived in. She barely had any idea what she wanted to do, and without more information on what was even possible, making detailed plans would be an exercise in futility, anyway. There had to be a way to find out what happened to her, but how? Max stepped away to take care of his kill, while Regina sat on a pile of leaves, staring into the fire and thinking. Somewhere along the way, establishing a real hive had gone from a possibility for the future to a goal. It was probably her Hive Queen instincts at work. And it wasn't like the human part of her could disagree. A bigger hive meant more power. Alone in a strange land with only the companions and tools she could make herself, who wouldn't use the advantages they had and try to grow their power. Not to mention that having some semblance of civilization would be nice. She'd kill for proper toilets and a soft bed, not to mention things like electricity. Regina? Max approached hesitantly, interrupting her musings. Is there anything else I can do? No. I think we're finished with everything I'd planned for today. She glanced up at the sky, assessing the cloud cover. It seemed like they might yet get lucky and avoid rain. Max nodded, then started pacing slowly behind the fire. After a few minutes, he stopped again. You're sure, my queen? There's nothing I can do for you? Regina was about to tell him to just relax, then hesitated. Well, actually, you might help me with my wings, or whatever those are. I can't reach back there myself, and there's no good way to get that area clean. Of course. Max jumped to get their water, in the water skin they'd finally made, and a few soft leaves. Regina smiled slightly. She supposed they could always refill the water later. Then she stood up and tried to stretch out what passed for her middle limbs. Max was very careful. It was obvious he wasn't really built for it and had little idea what to do, but Regina still appreciated it. He quickly removed some of the dried gunk, and she finally felt the breeze on something she hadn't been very aware of previously. After a while, she twisted her head as much as she could and flexed muscles she hadn't really used before. This time, her body responded much better, and Regina actually saw what she was dealing with. It looked like she did have wings, which were usually folded tightly against her body under a kind of protective covering that extended from the limbs anchoring them. The wings didn't have feathers and didn't quite look like insect wings. Fully unfolded, they would be a lot bigger than the more rigid parts suggested. Regina shivered slightly and let out an involuntary sigh as she moved her wings. Well, she said after a moment, I don't think I can fly with these, at least not yet. She tried beating them a little, and although she felt the force of it, it was clear that wouldn't be nearly enough to lift her. She couldn't even do a full movement of the wings. You look really cool, Max commented. She smiled at him. Thank you, Max. Then she carefully folded them back against her body. He had to help her get everything into the correct position. Regina sat down again, running a finger along her side. I guess they're still growing in. I can't wait. She could already tell they would probably be a headache, but if she could someday actually fly on her own power, that would be worth it. Chapter 10, The Next Level. Regina crouched down lower, steadying her spear, and waited for Max to make his move. Between them, in a clear spot among the trees, their prey had frozen. Spiky squirrel, level 2. It was bigger than any squirrel she knew about, and its back was covered in gray spikes that made it seem even larger. It still wouldn't even reach her knee. She couldn't help but feel that their preparations might have been a little exaggerated, if this was all they had to face on their hunt. Max took a step closer, his sidearm poised to strike. The squirrel reacted, drawing itself up higher. Regina saw a faint quivering, a moment before it launched its attack. A volley of small spikes shot towards Max. He ducked, raising his shield. It was little more than some big pieces of bark around a crude frame of sticks. But the spikes struck it and didn't penetrate. Clearly, they didn't have much punch. Regina breathed out and launched a magic missile at the squirrel. It was facing away from her now, and the attack hit. The squirrel was tossed a small distance away from her. She stepped forward as it jumped to the side, chittering angrily. She could tell that it was dragging one of its hind limbs, and its back looked a bit scorched. She would have sent another few missiles, but Max stepped up to it now, so she stopped herself. It wouldn't do to hit him. Instead, she watched, prepared for another strike, as he went on the attack. The spiky squirrel was fast and agile, clearly quicker than him. But Max was a lot bigger and had much more reach. His first swipe missed, but his second bladed limb managed to cut the small monster. It was pushed to the side again. Regina used the opportunity to let another magic missile fly. It hit and flipped the squirrel over. Then Max stepped forward and brought his blade down. She grinned as the monster stopped twitching and Max stepped back to wipe his blade on some grass. The scent of blood hung in the air, but she was a lot more excited about the experience they hopefully earned than the food. A few more of those and we might level up again, Max said. He sounded cheerful. Maybe. Regina shrugged and walked closer to look the squirrel over more carefully. She hadn't seen much of the other one he'd killed, and she was a little curious about the monsters here and how they differed from their animal counterparts. But it's probably going to take more than our first level up. You usually need more experience for every successive level. Plus, we're higher level now, too, so opponents at level 2 probably give less experience. Max shrugged. She couldn't fault him for that. Neither of them really knew how the system worked. And it wasn't that hard to find monsters to fight in this forest, so leveling up shouldn't be difficult. Assuming they won every fight, that was. She waited while Max started to process the corpse of the squirrel right here, mostly letting the blood drain and removing its intestines. Its hide got quite a few scratches and rips in the process, a reminder that he was still a warrior and not an experienced hunter and gatherer. She'd offer to help, but he probably wouldn't like that. Okay, maybe she just used that as an excuse because she didn't want to do it, but it wasn't like she didn't pull her weight here. Then a new scent reached her nose, and Regina froze. If she had hairs, they would be standing on end right now. There was danger here, more than what they'd faced before. And it was approaching. Max, she hissed. The Hive warrior had already paused in his work. He let the squirrel fall to the ground, forgotten, and came to her side, weapons bristling. Regina kept her gaze fixed in the direction the threat came from, even as she started backing away. Max did the same. She could sense the tension rising in him. Neither of them was fast enough to get away from what was coming. It dove from the sky in a dark blur, accompanied by a screech like metal grating against metal. It took a moment until Regina could make out more than a blur of feathers and claws, but when it slowed down as it neared the ground she got a good look at the giant bird of prey. Circle vulture, level? Its head and neck were bereft of feathers, but really, the monster looked more like a falcon than a vulture. A grossly oversized one. Its feathers were dark, with only a few bright spots, and its beak looked wickedly sharp. Regina ducked on instinct, feeling an incoming tide of mana. She rolled to the side and regained her feet, blinking to clear her vision. The sapling to the side of her was now twisted, listing to the side and tangled in the branches of another tree. "Hey, you ugly bird!" Max yelled. He stomped and tapped on his shield, clearly trying to draw the monster's attention. The bird let out another screech, though that one sounded a bit more bearable. Its beady eyes fixed on the Hive warrior, and it flapped its feathers as it hopped towards him. Regina cursed and edged further to the side. She had some doubts about the wisdom of Max's plan, but she didn't have any better ideas. A large monster like that should have been hindered among the trees, even if the forest was pretty light here and they were in what you might generously call a clearing. But it didn't seem to care. Just as it darted towards Max, Regina let loose with a magic missile, hitting it dead center somewhere on the neck. The monster shuddered while Max dodged to the side, seeking shelter behind a tree. But it didn't seem to be more than inconvenienced. And now it turned again to face her. This was definitely a higher-level monster. Regina edged towards the corpse of the squirrel they'd killed and kicked it towards the bird, hoping it had only come here for that and would leave them alone once it got some food. The bird eyed the squirrel, then looked back at her. It took another step forward, ignoring the offered prey. Clearly, it was in the mood for a more substantial snack. Shit. Regina darted to the side, trying to find shelter behind another tree. She quickly checked her mana. Only a little over half of it left. With her reduced mana regeneration, she wouldn't even regain 1 point of it before it no longer mattered. There was no point trying to conserve her MP for later, but that still only gave her a few more castings. She heard the monster circle around to get at her and ducked low, rushing towards another tree. Something crashed against the one she'd just been hiding behind, and she could feel it shaking from here. Regina straightened up and eyed her opponent. It cocked its head slightly, then she could see it tense before it started to move again. Now she understood why it had been given its name. The monster moved in an odd, winding pattern through the forest, dodging around trees as if they weren't even there as it moved in circles. Gusts of wind gathered around its wings, enabling the movements, and she could sense the hints of mana in them. Far too quickly, it was upon her again. Regina jammed her spear into the ground and ducked to the side as well as she could. She felt one of its taloned feet rush past her head. Her spear hit it in the chest, but barely slowed it down, and then the shaft broke with a crack. Cursing, she rolled to the side. Max threw a stone at its beak, distracting it enough to let her get away. Regina crouched behind another bush, even if it didn't offer much cover, the remnants of her weapon discarded. Now she just had a few stones and her claws. And Max, of course. She needed to make her attacks count. At least the bird didn't seem too smart. It let itself be goaded away from Regina, turning towards the warrior again. She hesitated, unsure what she could do. Before she had the chance to act, it rushed at Max. She winced as she watched it barrel at him, accompanied by a whirling current of air. It knocked into Max's shield, almost ripping it from his hand, but it was like the attack hit a stone wall. He didn't even have to take a step back. Of course, she realized. He's the only Hive warrior here, his last bastion skill must be active. So pushing counts as impeding his movements? She shook herself out of her daze and ran closer, trying to line up a shot with another magic missile. With his shield out of position, Max couldn't deflect the next attack from the bird. Its beak pecked at him, and Regina heard a crunch as the shell on his left shoulder broke. His scythe limb drooped to the floor. For a moment, she was afraid that was it. But Max kept standing. His boosted constitution allowed him to stay on his feet, even as he stumbled a step to the side, raising his other blade. Regina launched another magic missile at the bird. This time, it hit the back of its legs, right where it met its torso. The bird hopped up as if poked by a lightning rod, screeching again. The smell of burnt feathers told her she may have hit a weak spot. Regina kept advancing, trying to swallow her nerves. Skill or not, Max wouldn't stand up to it for long by himself. "Hey, birdbrain," she called. The monster turned to face her again, crouching down slightly as it prepared to jump. She let loose another magic missile, right before she dove to the side again. She couldn't see it, but she heard the monster crashing through a bush and landing close to her position. Regina whirled around, holding her clawed hands up, even as Max staggered towards her. she'd landed a clean hit. As the bird thrashed around, she saw that one of its eyes was a burned-out ruin. Then Max was there. He approached from its blinded side. While Regina straightened up and hissed at the monster threateningly, capturing its attention, he pounced. The monster tried to turn its head at the last moment, but it was too late. Max adjusted and drove his blade right through its other eye. It twitched a little, then Regina's last magic missile hit it in the neck, making the head jerk again. For a few seconds, they both waited, starting as the monster tumbled to the ground, twitching. Then Regina let her shoulders relax and stepped closer, breathing out heavily. She kicked it, but it didn't respond. Critical hit, I guess. You have leveled up. You were really good. She turned to Max, smiling widely. He ducked his head. She had the feeling that he'd have blushed if he was able to. Thank you. Regina's smile faded into a frown as she studied his wounds. The bleeding seemed to have slowed, but just from the way he stood, she could tell it was bad. How are you, Max? The Hive warrior straightened up slightly and grimaced. Not too bad, he assessed. I won't be able to use my left arms for a while, but I'm not in danger of bleeding out. Let's bandage it up anyway, just to be sure. Regina collected a few leaves that seemed spongy and a few lengths of vine, then tried her best to bind Max's wound. It clearly hurt, but he held still and let her work. I gained a level, he said, trying to roll his shoulder and grimacing again. Me, too. Regina glanced at the dead monster. Well, I guess with you out of commission, it's my turn to do the grunt work. She dug a small hole and drained the blood with a few cuts. Then Regina tried to heft the monster's corpse to carry it to their camp. She staggered under the weight but kept her feet. This was not going to be a pleasant hike. Getting back to their camp took twice as long as it should have. Max walked carefully and slowly, but the real impediment was the thing's weight. Regina set it down once to take a small rest before she began carrying it again. Maybe she should start exercising. After I take a bath. She dropped it to the forest floor after they reached their camp, deciding that it would keep for a while. Then she rolled her shoulders and turned back to the campfire. Maybe there was something more they could do for Max's injury. Just as she reached the fire and resisted the temptation to just collapse in a heap beside it, she heard a cracking sound. Regina froze, but after a few moments, it came again. She turned to the egg sitting in its little hollow. It was starting to crack. She grinned. Then, on impulse, she checked her status sheet. Regina. Hive Queen. Level 3. Mana, 13 of 120. Hive, 2/4, 0. Your stats are currently unavailable. We apologize for the inconvenience. Good. She was level 3 and there was a new Hive member. Regina made to turn her attention back to its hatching, then paused. The limit for her hive had increased. Not by 1, but by 2, from 2 to 4. That meant, it would keep growing more quickly. She didn't know if it would be linear, if it was quadratic or exponential growth. The hatchling finally climbing out of the egg brought her attention back to the present. Max stepped up to the new drone and plucked a bit of eggshell from them. Welcome, new brother. He sounded cheerful. Regina looked over the new drone warrior. He looked very similar to Max. Not quite the same, there were a few small differences, and she could easily tell them apart, but they could have passed for twins. Tim, she decided. We'll call you Tim. Welcome to the world. He looked up at her with a wide-eyed expression. Thank you, my queen. Name, Tim, given to drone warrior LVL1. She smiled. The hive grows. Time for me to finally get some workers. Chapter 11, There are people. With 3 people in their improvised camp, Regina felt like she could finally relax a little. They split night watches so everyone got some sleep. It was summer, probably, so the nights were pretty short, anyway, but she felt much better rested. Max showed Tim around and explained everything they were doing. The younger warrior tended to be quiet but took to it with enthusiasm, and with Max's help he quickly got himself a shield similar to Max's. He'd been very helpful in dealing with the remains of the bird monster, too. Today, the two warriors were gone on their first hunt together while Regina stayed back to watch the camp. She looked out into the forest periodically, but they were too far for her to hear. She could always check in on their status through that psychic hive connection, but that didn't seem necessary. Regina sighed and stretched, before she glanced at her eggs. She'd laid 2 of them, both drone workers. Since they already had 3 combat-capable people, she didn't think that was too much of a risk. They'd even managed to fight off a higher-level monster, even if Max had gotten injured. He wouldn't be able to rely on his skill now, though. The eggs looked mostly the same as the warrior eggs, although the coloring was a little different. It tended to be spottier, like blotches of paint rather than a swirling gradient of color. They had started at the same size and seemed to grow at about the same rate, though, which she took as a good sign. Her mana regeneration was drained even more than before, probably because there were 2 eggs. It was slightly more than half as fast as it had been with 1 egg, though. Maybe that was because she'd leveled up. Even if she couldn't see her stats, the system might still give her points in int or wis, or whatever governed how her mana worked. Regina would have liked the chance to practice more. Unfortunately, with her mana regen that slow, she couldn't afford to cast many spells. She did notice that Magic Missile had gotten slightly easier, though. She'd tried as best she could to investigate how the spell worked, how her mana acted and reacted to her, and how best to shape it. She'd gotten a better feel for it, but she knew she was still far from making her own spells. She stood up and paced up and down a few steps. The forest around her was quiet and couldn't hold her attention. There wasn't much of a breeze, and her nose would warn her if any monster got too close. She glanced around her camp. She'd always had something to do, virtually every minute since she woke up in that vault. Boredom was novel. They didn't have any books to read, but maybe later she could play simple board games with Max and Tim. After an hour of sitting around and twiddling her thumbs, the 2 warriors finally returned. Regina stood up and watched a little anxiously as they came closer. Tim got his first level. Max called, grinning. The younger drone warrior was carrying 2 spiky squirrels. He set them down and nodded at her, also smiling. Great, Regina responded. She glanced at Max. How is your shoulder? Max shrugged. Healing, I think. I made sure to be careful. They'd discovered, to her relief, that he didn't appear to need any treatment. Instead, his wound was slowly closing and the shell around it regrowing. Looking at it now, it already seemed a lot better than just after he got the injury. It might be gone completely in a few days or weeks. So, let's see your new stats. Regina turned back to the other warrior, smiling. Tim. Drone warrior. Level 2. Mana, not applicable. Con, 10. STR, 11. Dex, 9. End, 9. Int, 13. Wis, 9. As expected. She nodded. Tim had a lower int than Max, although it still seemed pretty high for a warrior. He was probably going to get increases in STR and Con, too. It offered me my first class skill, my queen. I was thinking I could get the warrior's charge one, he said hesitantly. Sure, Regina agreed. You can do that. Tim stared into space for a few seconds, clearly selecting his skill. Regina turned to watch Max, who was carefully handling the 2 squirrels with only his right arms. Tim quickly joined in. After you're done, please add what you've seen today to the map. She pointed at a wooden plank she'd drawn on with burnt sticks. Her first, crude map, which she'd drawn into the dirt, hadn't survived the recent rains. They'd take this one with them into their shelter if necessary. Of course, my queen, Max answered. We didn't see anything really new, though. Should we build another shelter? Regina smiled, pleased that he'd had the same thought. Yes, I think that would be wise. Ours isn't made for 3 people, and our hive is growing. I'll do my best with the construction, my queen, Tim said. Regina nodded, then got up and started gathering wood to get started. She suspected that she had the highest dex score among them, which, admittedly, wouldn't take much. With the experience they had from the first shelter, she was determined to make the next one better. They had more than enough mud to plaster onto walls, but finding sticks large and straight enough to build the skeleton for the shelter was tricky. Regina went along the forest's edge, trying to go where they hadn't gathered wood before. After a while, she noted that she'd come pretty close to the vault where she'd woken up. Was that only a week ago? Regina set down the bundle of sticks she'd gathered so far and stretched. She glanced at the rocky hill. Even knowing it was unlikely, she couldn't quite shake the uneasy thought that there might be cameras watching from there. She'd revised her earlier opinion about whether or not this was her world. There was actually a moon, which looked like she expected the moon to appear. It just wasn't always visible due to terrain obstructions, clouds, and the fact that it was summer. The gravity and atmosphere was also the same. Even the flora and fauna didn't exactly scream alien, apart from the monsters. She hesitated, then grabbed her sticks again and turned to head back towards the designated shelter. There was little point in constantly checking that spot when nothing changed. She'd have to get her answers another way. Maybe, once the workers were hatched, she'd travel down the river a bit, see where it led her. She went on a small detour on the way back to pass by the river and check it out again with an eye to how well you might traverse it. It was pretty thin, and she was uncertain if it was deep enough to allow boats to use it. The current would also be a problem if you wanted to go upstream. She eyed the banks of the river as she walked parallel to it, occasionally getting a good look through a hole in the canopy of the trees. The river had swelled a little, but it was still in no danger of flooding. There was a herd of deer drinking from it farther down the river, but she left them alone. Then she stopped as a splashing sound reached her. Regina froze and turned to look upriver. There was a bend in the stream above her, so she couldn't see far. She leaned forward and squinted. Was that, yes, a dark shape was coming down the river. She dropped her sticks and jumped behind a tree. After a moment of frozen hesitation, she slowly crept forward until she reached a good spot, where she could look at the river but was still hidden by some dark branches. It was a boat. An honest-to-goodness, wooden, artificially made boat. It looked pretty large to Regina, but she didn't know much about boats. It didn't have a sail, but did have a pair of oars. There were 3 people on board. She squinted and tried to get a closer look. When she did, she might have dropped the sticks if she hadn't already. The people all wore rough clothing in earthy colors, looking like someone dressing up for a medieval-themed event. 2 were men with swords on their hips, shields, and axes, lying in the boat. The last, a woman, had a bow slung across her back. She wore her blonde hair up in a braid, which gave Regina a clear look at her pointy ears. When the woman turned after a few seconds, she saw that she had a sharp, graceful face that you could easily describe as elfin. Regina leaned back against her tree as the boat wound its way down the river. An elf. Medieval fighters and an honest-to-goodness elf. This really is a fantasy world, isn't it? She shook her head. She knew she shouldn't make assumptions. 3 people did not a population make. Still, it made her hesitate to reveal herself. If she had the drones with her, a strong hive backing her up, that would be a different story. But if these 3 attacked her, she wasn't confident in her chances. She did look like a monster, and it was impossible to know what sort of experience they might have with her species. She hesitated, warring with indecision, until the sounds of the boat started to fade. She peeked beyond the canopy again, to see the boat swiftly float downriver, effectively making her choice for her. Regina stared after it for a moment, before she shook herself and went to pick up the wood she'd gathered. She started drudging back to camp, feeling like it had gotten heavier all of a sudden. "Hey, I think we figured out a way to make the next shelter a little larger," Max said when she returned and dropped the sticks. He looked excited but then paused when he saw her. "Is everything all right, my queen?" "Sure," Regina said. She sat down on a convenient log. After a moment of staring at the sticks and realizing that she hadn't even started thinking about building the shelter, she sighed and leaned back. She decided she might as well talk about it. "I saw people," she said. Max and Tim both started, turning to look at her expectantly. She quickly explained what she'd seen, and her decision not to attempt to contact them. There was a moment of silence after she'd finished. Max chewed on his lip. I think that was smart, he said. Rushing in unprepared just because we wanted to meet actual humans would have been a bad idea. Your safety is more important, Tim agreed. Max just looked at her for a moment. Are you all right, Regina? It can't have been easy. Regina shrugged. I don't know. She stared into the fire. She told herself it was stupid to get depressed because of this, but that didn't make it any easier. Previously, she hadn't really thought about what being in the body of a Hive Queen with human memories meant. Not in that context. Now that she'd actually seen other humans, the fact that she was a monster, at least outwardly, suddenly gained a whole new weight. What are we going to do? Tim asked. We're probably going to run into them or people like them eventually. Regina shook her head and stood up. We prepare, she said. She forced herself to smile slightly. We need to get enough strength that we can hold our own and don't need to be afraid of a random group of travelers, then we go looking for civilization. Who knows, they might actually welcome us with open arms, Max said. He caught their looks and shrugged. Hey, it's possible. We don't need to just assume they'll be hostile. Regina frowned thoughtfully. You're right. We're obviously a sapient species, at least in part. There definitely could be dealings and exchange between them and the local humans or elves. But she couldn't quite bring herself to believe it would be so easy. Oh, he had a good point, and she was definitely eager to find out what the locals knew about her people. At the same time, when she considered the urges and instincts she'd felt from her Hive Queen's side, especially before Max hatched, they seemed a little dubious. Chapter 12, Going Hunting. The workers took exactly as much time to hatch as the warriors did. Their eggs were a little smaller in the end, but the hatched workers still came up to Regina's chest. Like the rest of them, they had 6 limbs. While the warriors sported 2 scythe-like bladed implements at the end, the workers were less dangerous and more suited to construction and crafting. Their left one was shaped like a shovel, though you could also use the underside as a hammer, while the right one was more of a grasper, with a small blade more suited to cutting cloth or food than combat beneath a pointy bit they might use as an awl and a hooked part bigger than a finger. Their skin was also covered in the chitin-like shell, but it looked thinner than that of the warriors. The most obvious difference to Regina was that they looked female. She wasn't sure if that was coincidence, an integral feature of their different roles, or maybe even something she decided subconsciously when she picked those, but it didn't matter much in practical terms. The day after they hatched, while the warriors went out hunting, Regina wanted to get started on constructing a proper building with the workers. My queen? Tia asked. Can we just dig out a room? That seems like it would be simpler. Regina shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. The ground here might not be good for digging, Mia said. At the hills, it's rocky, and we'd have to be careful of tree roots and stuff in the forest. Besides, we'd have to be careful to ensure we don't risk a collapse. Regina nodded, looking at her 2 newest drones. She'd named them Mia and Tia, not the most creative choice, but they didn't seem to mind. The girls were still smaller than her, but they both had decently high STR, Dex, and Int. She called up Mia's status again. Mia. Drone worker. Level 1. Mana, not applicable. Con, 6. STR, 11. Dex, 11. And, 10. Int, 14. Wis, 8. She remembered that Tia's status was largely the same, except that she had a point more in Con and 1 less in Wisconsin. The low constitution meant Regina would hesitate to send them into combat, but at least they weren't entirely helpless if they were attacked, and they'd hopefully be good in their intended roles. We might still be able to use our skill in building a normal hut, I guess, Tia said. 4 foundations, maybe. Right, Regina said. What was it called again? Ground evacuation, my queen, Mia replied. It's mostly for dirt, but I think it might work on rock, too. The skill just vanishes it without us having to whisk it somewhere else, which should be really useful for digging, but maybe we can find uses for it in other tasks, too. Regina nodded and swiped her feet to clear the little sticks and leaves from the patch of ground in front of her. The drone workers having a starter class skill at level 1 had been a pleasant surprise. With a bit of creativity, it could probably be useful in war, as well, even if it was obviously meant for crafting, or rather, construction. Which was what they needed now, anyway. They drew in the dirt with sticks as they talked about what they were going to build. It didn't take long, since they didn't exactly have many options. A simple hut is probably best, Regina said. We'll need to make sure it gets a proper roof, Tia said. We need shingles, maybe? And, of course, proper walls. That means we need wood. Regina glanced at the forest and frowned. There aren't many other building materials around. I guess if we had clay, we might be able to make bricks, but I'm not sure if we could get that. We might be able to find some, Mia spoke up. She glanced at her sister. We have some knowledge. We should be able to recognize it if there is good clay. Great. Then I'll send you out with a warrior to look around the area later. Regina smiled. Meanwhile, let's get started here. They'd need to cut down a lot of trees if they wanted to build a log cabin. That would be a lot of work, but probably the easiest choice. They could also try the method with mud and sticks, but Regina was afraid that it might make for worse walls, especially without anything to cover them. Either way, they needed wood. She led them into the forest to look for suitable trees, but the two workers quickly took over assessing which ones were good candidates. They didn't have a proper saw, but they did have a simple axe with a stone head, and the workers would be able to use their inborn blades, too. Regina hung back, feeling like she didn't have much to contribute. She'd get Max and Tim to work on cutting down trees once they were back, too. Until then, she went to a tree and experimented with trying to use magic to help bring it down. Now that there were no eggs in development, her mana was regenerating faster. Her spark spell wasn't much good, since it was still mostly useful for starting fires. She tried using a magic missile, but that didn't damage the trunk of the tree much. Then she tried to cast the spell, but not release it, instead gathering the attack above her hand. She only managed it for half a second before the energy dissipated, shocking her hand and charring a few leaves. Regina grimaced, but kept at it. Even after several tries, she only managed to keep the magic contained for a second or so, but when she held it close to the trunk, it had some effect. In the end, it would have been a lot easier to hack at it with a stone axe, though. She took a break from that and instead began to burn out the remains of the trees that Tia and Mia had cut down. The two drone workers started stripping branches and bark off the trunks. An hour later, Max and Tim finally returned, giving Regina all the excuse she needed to stop what she was doing and go talk to them. This is going to take a while, Max commented, observing the workers. Regina shrugged. Most likely. But it'll go faster with the two of you helping. Max frowned slightly. Maybe we should still focus on hunting. This work would be easier with higher stats, right? And we would also be safer if we had higher levels. She hesitated. He did make a good point there. All right. You're not wrong. She glanced at the two of them consideringly, then up at the sky. They still had a few hours of daylight left, at the very least. She didn't know if the workers could also level up by doing their jobs, or if they needed to go out and kill monsters, as well. She figured it could go either way. There was little they could do but wait and hope for the best. Do you want to go out right now? Max asked. She nodded. Might as well. The quicker I level, the faster our hive gets new members. And we still need all the help we can get. Besides, she was curious about what kind of progress her next levels would bring. After a minute of back and forth, it was decided, mostly by Regina, since everyone deferred to her, that they would all go together. She didn't want to leave the workers unguarded, and while his injury was mostly healed, she didn't want to strain Max too much, either. They set off quickly, with Tim going first and Max guarding their rear. The younger warrior was silent as they went. Regina, who was walking in front with him, noticed that he was trying to keep his steps as quiet as possible and avoid making a commotion in the forest, which she approved of. That was a good habit to get into even if you weren't trying to sneak up on a high-level monster at the moment. The two workers clearly tried their best, but they made a lot more noise. It seems that you didn't have much success hunting earlier, she finally commented, keeping her voice soft. Any idea why? Tim glanced at her and ducked his head. We called it a hunt, but really, it was mostly a patrol, he replied. She nodded. Then I'll rely on you to guide us to a good spot. Despite his shyness, he did know what he was doing. Tim led the group through the forest on a direct path to his goal, not slowing down or checking where he was going. Regina readied herself and kept an eye on her surroundings. She didn't want to get waylaid by a monster. Luckily, they reached their target area without being ambushed. Tim slowed down and snuck behind a large bush. Regina joined him, noting a faintly familiar scent in the air as she did. They were downwind of its source. Mia and Tia stayed back, while Max stepped forward slowly. A peek through the bush's branches showed her what Tim had chosen as prey. There was a clearing with a small group of big wolves lying on the soft ground of the forest. Most of them were a bit smaller than the wolf monster she'd fought before. Well, I see you have a high opinion of our skills, she said. Tim shrugged slightly. They're only level 2 or 3, and there are only 4 of them. I thought we could take them. But if you're displeased, my queen, of course I'll lead you to where we might find other prey. Regina frowned, considering the situation. She focused on one of the wolves. Flametongue wolf, level 2. A quick check showed that the others were similar, with only one at level 3. Still, she hesitated. They could probably each take one. If it was only the 3 of them against 3 wolves, she'd be confident. With the workers to watch out for, it might be harder, though. Was it really worth the risk? She stepped back and quietly went to join Mia and Tia. I would like you to participate in the fight so you can gain experience, she said, keeping her voice down. Is that okay for you? Can you fight? The 2 girls exchanged a glance, before Tia nodded. We can, my queen. Not as well as a warrior, but we won't be a burden. Alright, then. Let's get started. Keep back and only attack when one of the wolves is already injured or distracted, and make sure you're not in danger from more than one of them at a time. She glanced at Max, look after them and make sure they don't get overwhelmed. They all nodded. Regina gave them one last look before she quietly stepped forward again to join Tim. She made sure that everyone was in position, mostly taking cover behind a tree and prepared to jump out, before she focused her attention on the wolves. She picked one of the weaker ones as a target and watched to make sure it wasn't moving. It appeared to be dozing, like most of them. Only one had its eyes open. Regina exhaled, pulling on her mana and guiding it into shape. Then she let her gathered mana snap out. The attack shot out from her hand and raced towards her target. The wolves were alarmed by the glowing ball coming for them, starting to stand up. But she'd aimed well, and her target didn't make it to its feet before the attack hit it in the snout. Mana, 145 out of 160. Regina blinked the notification away, focused on her opponents. The wolves had obviously noticed them now and were starting to charge her group. She quickly gathered mana for another shot. The magic missile raced out, but this time the wolf was on its feet and managed to dodge the attack. It hit another wolf behind it, impacting one of its hindquarters and causing it to stumble. Regina prepared another one as fast as she could. Then the wolves reached them. Max stepped out behind a tree and roared, fixing their attention on him. A tongue of flame shot out, but he caught it on his shield. At the same time, Tim circled beside him. His scythe limb flashed out and he drove one of the wolves to the side. Regina got another shot off, hitting the same wolf she'd already shot. This time, it stumbled to the side, though it kept its feet. But it was clearly hurt, crouching with its fur bristling. It shot a flaming attack at her, but Regina managed to dodge it, although she had to interrupt her casting of her next spell. Mia and Tia jumped the injured wolf. Tia brought her shovel limb down on its snout with force, dazing the wolf. Mia cut its right forelimb with her small blade. But then another wolf turned from Max's shield and charged them. Regina cursed and shot another magic missile, but it flew wide. The wolf's fur might have been a little singed, but it didn't halt, jumping Tia. The girl screamed as the jaws of the wolf caught on her lower right arm. Then Mia bashed it over the head, but it didn't let go. Regina acted on instinct. She jumped forward, shoulder-checking the wolf. That finally made it let go. It was a stupid attack, but she was already preparing her next spell. Just when the wolf lunged for her, she let the magic missile fly. It caught the wolf directly on its open snout. Unfortunately, the magical attack didn't arrest his momentum, and the wolf still crashed into her. But at least it had made the monster draw back, so it didn't manage a proper bite and its teeth slid off her shell. Regina took a step back, preparing another spell as quickly as she could, despite the headache starting to pound through her skull and the burning feeling of using too much mana too quickly. Then Tim was there. He stabbed the wolf, and his blade passed through its singed fur, reaching its heart. The monster shuddered and finally went still. Regina took a moment to breathe before she looked around. 2 of the other wolves were down, one apparently dead and one badly injured. Max was holding off the last one. She breathed deeply and focused, then cast another magic missile. The attack caught the wolf on the side of its head, just as it was starting to lunge for Max's shield again. The spell seemed to injure and daze the wolf, turning its lunge forward into a stumble instead of a proper attack. Max stabbed out from behind his shield, catching the wolf in the throat. He used his shield to push it back, then cut it again. The wolf finally fell. Regina straightened up and looked around the battlefield, blinking. It was a mess, but they'd all made it. Tia was still standing. Then she noticed the notifications the system sent her, that must have been pushed aside until now. It was good that the system had a feature like that. But she didn't focus on the blinking icon, instead turning to Tia. "How badly are you hurt?" The worker poked at her arm and grimaced. "It cracked my shell and it's bleeding, but I don't think the bone is broken. It'll heal." It had better. They didn't have any medicine or even disinfectant. Chapter 13, Just Better. After she made sure that none of them were in immediate danger and that Mia was caring for Tia, Regina turned her attention to the notifications the system held for her. "You have leveled up. Mana, 55 of 160. She grinned, then blinked it away. "Level 4, yay. Only a few more fights, and I'll see if there are any significant thresholds in this system." "I leveled up," she announced to the others. "What about you?" Tim shook his head, while Max nodded. "I did as well. Level 4 now." Considering his contribution to the fight, and the fact that he'd probably been close to a level up before it, that didn't surprise her. It was a shame Tim hadn't leveled, but he probably wasn't very far off now. Regina stepped over to her workers. Mia was trying to staunch the bleeding of Tia's wound by pressing leaves against it, with mixed success. Regina quickly unwound one of the pieces of rope she was carrying and, with her help, wrapped it around Tia's arm to press the leaves against it. "Tim, get the water skin and fetch water from the river for her," she ordered. "Max, get started with the bodies. Mia, can you help him?" "I can hardly do worse than the warriors, my queen," she answered. "Leave it to me." Regina nodded and leaned against a tree beside Tia. "How are you feeling?" she asked her quietly. "I'm all right, mother," she responded with a weak smile. "Maybe a little faint, and I'm really hungry right now." "Okay. Maybe you should eat some of that meat right away." She looked at Max, who was starting to butcher one of the wolves. He must have heard, since he came over with a chunk of raw meat for Tia a minute later. She devoured it quickly, while Regina looked away. "The 2 of you didn't level up, did you?" Tia and Mia shook their heads. "I'm sorry, my queen," Mia said, lowering her head. "We didn't contribute much to the fight." "That's all right," she assured her. "You're only level 1 and you're obviously not a combat class, if that's a thing in this system. You can just go out with the warriors to hunt some weaker monsters later." Tim returned soon, passing their crude water skin to Tia, who guzzled down the water. They used the rest to try to clean her injury. With the wolves they'd killed, they'd hopefully be able to get more of them, now. They had 3 people working on it, so they managed to take care of the carcasses quickly. Tia insisted on helping. She cradled her injured limb to her side and just used her left arms, but Regina could tell it hurt. She sighed and started fashioning a sling for her from another vine. She didn't really want to join in the gory work, and none of the others seemed to mind that. So Regina kept an eye on the forest around them and told herself she was doing an important job by standing watch. She did help in carrying their prey when they finally returned to their campsite. Tia wanted to help with that, too, but Regina put her foot down. They had to make 2 trips to carry everything, but it didn't take very long, anyway. While the boys and Mia continued their work and tried to preserve as much of the wolves as they could, Regina checked the campsite, then focused on the scent she had of her drones. Tia's injury was clearly noticeable. Regina didn't feel her pain, even when she focused her attention on the drone worker, but she could tell it was there. She even got a pretty good sense of how badly injured the girl was. Finally, she turned her attention to her most recent level up and quickly checked her status. The Hive part gave her pause. It now listed her drones as April 6th. That meant her cap had risen by 2 again, not by 3 or 4, as she'd half expected. Regina frowned, then gave her status a closer look, and promptly jerked upright. Regina. Hive Queen. Level 4. Mana, 75 out of 160. Hive, 4/6, 0. Con, 12. STR, 12. Dex, 12. End, 12. Int, 12. Wis, 11, +1. What the fuck, she muttered. Distantly, she noticed the others pause in their work. What is it, Regina? Max asked. My stats are finally unlocked. She stood up and walked towards him, checking on their progress absently. They'd gotten a lot done. I have more points than you, Regina said. She frowned thoughtfully. If I had to guess, it looks like I started with a 12 in all of the physical stats and a 10 in int and wis, and then got 1 point in int or now wis with every level. Max straightened up and wiped his hands on a scrap of fur. Really? That does seem a bit weird. Aren't you more suited to using magic in the first place? Tim commented. Regina shrugged. My last point has apparently been put in Wisconsin. And I haven't noticed myself get any stronger or more dexterous, but my control over magic has grown. Not to mention my mana, though that's apparently connected to you drones. She scratched her cheek. Well, I would have probably distributed my stat points from leveling up the same way the system has done it, so I guess I can't complain. At higher levels, it might be a problem if her physical stats never rose. But she was obviously best suited to a mage build. She wondered if there was a way to assign your stat points yourself. Maybe you needed to be a higher level? It looks like Hive Queens are just better at the start. Mia shrugged. That's not a bad thing. The other drones nodded in agreement. After a moment, Max returned to his work and the others redoubled their efforts. Regina smiled faintly. I'll go walk a perimeter of the camp, see if there are any monsters afoot, she said. Oh, and by the way, I should have probably said this sooner. If I'm ever away for a longer time or incapacitated for some reason, Max is in charge, okay? Understood, my queen, they chorused. Tim and Mia glanced at Max, who just stared at her for a moment. I'm honored, my queen, he finally said. He looked like he wanted to ask her if she was sure, but didn't want to sound like he was questioning her. Regina smiled at him, then turned to start her patrol. It was the obvious choice, since Max not only had the highest level, but was the oldest and most experienced one, after herself. As she walked, she considered how she wanted to go about laying eggs. She had 2 new slots in her hive now. Their group still wasn't large enough that she was worried about getting enough food for everyone, so she didn't see much reason not to have 2 new drones. More people would help to keep them safe and help with their undertakings. In general, considering their situation, she would prefer to have a few more warriors than workers right now. But they did need both. So, since there were only 2 spots, Regina decided to go for one of each. She'd wait until her mana was full again, though. Her patrol was quiet. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary and didn't even hear any monsters, only the usual birdsong of the forest. Once she returned, she saw that the drones were mostly finished with their task. Tia was sitting on a log beside the others, looking a bit paler than usual. They must have managed to convince her that she should rest. Regina joined her. I don't think building a house is going to work, or that trying is really such a good idea, she said after a minute, glancing at the wood they'd stacked. It would take a lot of time and effort, and by the time we're finished, there are going to be new drones, so we'd have to do it all over again. And so on. Mia looked up from where she was cutting a wolf skin and nodded. You're probably right, my queen. We'd need to cut down quite a few trees if we want to do it properly, unless we manage to use different materials. Regina nodded. I think you actually need straw for that method I mentioned earlier. And I'm pretty sure you'd need that to make bricks, too, even if we found clay. She sighed, looking out into the forest. Let's just build a few simple shelters, something to keep the rain off. Constructing a proper dwelling is a side project. Tia stood up. Then I'll get started. Regina resisted the urge to roll her eyes and got to her feet as well. She'd feel bad if she lazed off while the injured girl was working. It quickly became obvious that the worker was a lot better at this than Max had been, and, if she was honest, a lot better than Regina, too. It might have been connected to her relatively high dex stat, but Regina's was also high. She probably just couldn't make use of it as well as Tia. After a while, the boys and Mia finished up for now and joined them. With the whole group working on it, they made good progress. The experience from their first try helped, but they managed to improve on it. A few hours later, Regina stepped back and surveyed their accommodations. For shelters, all of them built up against thick tree trunks and looking roughly like round pyramids, cut in half. They'd reinforced their original ones, but the two new ones were taller and had a larger base area. They were built of wooden posts, branches, vines, and pieces of bark that held together surprisingly well. Mia had even fashioned something that could work as a crude door. Well done, everyone, Regina declared. Very good work. I'd say we've earned a reward. Let's make dinner. The boys grinned, and Max ran off to get the best cuts of wolf meat prepared. Regina followed them, smiling. She didn't protest when Mia claimed the post of cook to start grilling the meat over the fire. Cooking probably was more in a worker's skill set. They ate a lot that evening. Regina briefly considered rationing their food, but dismissed the notion. They still had more than enough and they didn't have a good way of preserving it, anyway. Plus, so far, they hadn't had too much trouble hunting. Instead, she ate a large portion herself, since she needed the energy for producing 2 eggs. After dinner, she stood up and stretched. All right. Boys, would you go to the river and fetch water? Girls, please check on the plants with system screens and gather a few berries. Tia opened her mouth, looking confused, then she looked at Max, who was heading off, and turned to go. The others left as well. With them gone, Regina retreated to one of the shelters and prepared to lay her next 2 eggs. Now that they had some kind of dwelling that would offer them protection and concealment, it would be better to have them here than on the hill. You are able to lay another egg. Choose carefully what you will add to your hive. Drone worker. Drone warrior. She frowned to herself. She'd hoped there might be new classes or templates available. Not yet, apparently. Shrugging, she mentally focused on both choices and settled down to grow her hive. Chapter 14, Gathering Information. Regina didn't know how she'd managed to sleep in a tree or out in the open the first few nights. Compared to then, she slept like a baby now. The shelters were a little small, but they'd built enough so that they weren't too cramped. The hive now also had enough people to keep a night watch, so she finally slept through the night. Granted, her heap of leaves and fur scraps still wasn't the most comfortable, but she was nice and warm, at least. The sun still stayed out for a long time. Regina suspected that it was the middle or end of June. That seemed to fit with the general temperatures and the vegetation they'd found in the forest. She was glad she hadn't been dropped here in winter. But it also meant she should keep in mind that winter would come, and they needed to prepare. For all she knew, it would come early and be a bitter one. Hopefully, they would have found civilization and reached some kind of arrangement before then. What we really need is some metal, she said, looking at their pitiful supply of tools. No, actually, what we need is knowledge and skill. There's probably a lot more we could do with what we have, but we just don't know it. Max nodded. He was currently trying to make a new axe, with limited success. I really wouldn't say no to some worked metal, he replied. Stone just doesn't make for good weapons, and we don't even know how to work it. Even if we did, though, metal would probably be much better. Regina nodded thoughtfully. By now, she'd realized that all of the drones only knew what she knew. Plus maybe some basic, mostly instinctive things related to their duties, or what would be typical work for a warrior or worker of the hive. She suspected they were actually drawing on her own knowledge. Do you know how to read? She suddenly asked. I mean, I guess you do, since you read your status screens, don't you? Max paused. Yeah. I do. He frowned. It's the weirdest thing. At first, it was harder. I knew how to do it, but the knowledge was kind of odd, disconnected. It felt like I was learning it at the same time. But by now, I just read it, probably the same way you do. Wow. That's interesting. It meant that he, and the others, might literally take this knowledge from her mind and assimilate it. That would explain why they all spoke the same language she did, despite just being hatched. Reading was obviously another part of that. Regina sighed and stared into the fire, absently twirling a stick in her hands. I wonder if that works for things I learn here, too. Only things I knew before? Only things I know up to the point when I lay their eggs? She threw the stick into the fire. I guess there's only one way to find out. If I learn a new language in the future and then make a drone, I'll see if they speak it or not, I guess. Or does it need to be a native language? Do you speak any other languages, Max? She asked. Not that I know of, my queen. He looked a bit confused. She shook her head. I don't think I'm exactly good at any others, but that doesn't mean much. I wonder what kind of knowledge gets transmitted. There have to be limits. Just then, a crashing sound came from behind them. Regina turned around quickly, half rising from her seat. She relaxed as she saw that Tim had dropped a piece of wood and it had crashed into and thrown over a small pile of rocks. She couldn't help but smile while he bent down and hurriedly tried to pick everything up, under the faintly exasperated gaze of Tia. The boy had offered to help the workers, but Regina suspected they might be second-guessing their enthusiasm now. Or relegating him to grunt work. The girls were trying to craft some more tools for them. It was sorely needed, but Regina privately doubted their success, given their lack of materials. Still, they had the time for it, and the drone workers were ostensibly better suited to such a project than she herself was. Maybe they'd surprise her. The sun was climbing the eastern sky, and Regina estimated that noon was just around the corner. They'd caught a squirrel in one of their traps and still had meat left over from the wolves, so they were set when it came to food. Later on, she intended to gather the warriors and escort the workers to the river to check on the local terrain and soil, and to look for any more monsters they could hunt. But that could wait. It's weird to think I've been here for almost 2 weeks, she commented to Max. He tilted his head, frowning for a moment, before his expression cleared. Yeah, he said. It kind of is. Still, we're making some progress, aren't we? Don't expect too much, my queen. Regina nodded, humming in agreement. That wasn't really what she'd meant, but he wasn't wrong, either. She stretched and stood up, looking at the rest of her hive once more. Suddenly, Regina stiffened. She drew in a deep breath, and sensed her claws digging gently into the palms of her hands. Threat, she hissed. Then she raised her voice and called, Max, Tim. On alert. Max jumped to attention right away, tossing aside the piece of wood he'd been playing with. Tim stepped towards her as well, his posture rigid and his eyes darting between her, the workers, and their surroundings. Regina felt her pulse thumping in her ears as some undefinable excitement rushed through her. Suddenly, she felt more in tune with her nature than she had since the day she hatched. But that was a distant consideration, as her focus was turned on the threat encroaching on her territory, her hive. She picked up her spear and started walking almost before she knew it. In a corner of her mind, she felt Max fall into step slightly behind her, taking a guarding position. But she didn't turn her head to see him. Regina walked towards the edge of the forest, then turned sharply. The hills rose up here, dotted with rockier ground than the forest to the east, but this part of it wasn't level, anyway. It created features like the dip she now darted for, where a low-growing bush and scattered rocks right where the forest relinquished its ground created a secluded alcove. She reached out, unconsciously trying to spread her wings slightly, which didn't work. Then she kicked a loose rock to the side. With a muffled groan, the bush moved. Regina darted forward, but Max cut her off slightly, rushing into position to guard her. She stabbed down with her spear, feeling it meet some resistance and only just not crashing through it. She had pulled the blow. The hidden person shifted again, which helped Regina convince her eyes not to fall for the trick and finally showed her where someone had hidden themselves so masterfully close to their campsite. Even knowing they were there, it was hard to make out more than a general shape and a few edges in the darkness of their nook. "So there is an intruder," she said, feeling a slight snarl on her face that didn't want to leave. "Come on, come out." Slowly. The shape started to slowly slide out, giving Regina an even better view. "All right, don't stab me." Regina paused, tilting her head, and felt some of the aggression leak out of her as the human parts of her mind started churning faster. The voice was high-pitched, matching the slender form of the person now standing up carefully. Her first thought was Elven Ranger. It was a young man, or young-looking, at least, clad in a mix of leather and cloth that did a surprisingly good job of providing camouflage in the forest. His face was all sharp lines, and yet still looked vaguely delicate, and he had pointy ears, standing up at the sides of his head. As the sunlight hit him, she noticed that his eyes gleamed a little with its reflection, like a cat's eyes. They were a dark, burnt orange, while his hair, which fell to his shoulders, was an earthy brown. Elena's level? Forest Scout. Max put a sharp blade against his neck as soon as he was in reach. The elf stiffened slightly, but didn't try to move away. Instead, he slowly raised his hands in an apparently universal gesture. Regina noticed that he had a bow strapped to his back and a pair of knives or daggers on his leather belt. "Who are you?" she asked. "You were obviously spying on us." He gulped slightly, clearly recognizing the barely restrained aggression in her stance or face. "I'm a scout of the nearby elven community," he said. Regina narrowed her eyes. "There's an elven tribe nearby?" She hadn't known about that, but they hadn't traveled all that far from this spot, either. "That's not much of an explanation," Max said. By now, Tim had joined him, flanking Regina on her other side, and looked like he wanted to gut the intruder and present the corpse to his queen. Tia and Mia had also approached, though they kept a warier distance. Mia was holding a torch. "I promise I didn't mean any harm," Elena's answered. He sounded earnest, and managed to meet Regina's eyes evenly. "I simply wanted to know what your group was doing here, this close to our homes. You understand the need to gather information, don't you?" Regina crossed her arms. Her fingers twitched. She still felt the impulse to rake them through his neck and deal with this possible threat, but she quashed that easily. He was only a part of a larger group, and killing him wouldn't exactly help her position. Still, a part of her was alarmed by how easily this could have become violent. "All right, Max, let the guy breathe." She glanced at the younger warrior. "Tim, hang back and keep an eye on the surroundings, there might be more of them." The two immediately did as commanded. Still, Elena's clearly understood that he risked a quick meeting with something sharp and pointy if he made any suspicious moves. He stepped carefully forward, keeping his hands away from his weapons. "Thank you," he said. He glanced at each of them, then faced her again. "I assume you are the person in charge here?" Regina narrowed her eyes, then told herself to calm down. "My name is Regina," she said. He nodded. Elena's, he replied. He probably assumed that she'd read that already. Does that mean he's got a notification for me, too? What is it telling him? Well, probably just Regina, Hive Queen level 4. That could be bad enough. He appeared to wait expectantly for a moment, but neither Max nor either of the girls felt the need to introduce themselves. Pleased to meet you, the elf continued with a smile. He took a step to the side. My apologies for startling you. Then I'll just stop bothering you and return to my people to inform them that there's no need to be concerned. Regina crossed her arms as Max stretched out one of his blade arms to bar his way. Not so fast, mister, she said. The elf turned to her, nothing but polite attentiveness on his face, but she still noticed the way he sagged slightly. Regina smiled, showing a little more teeth than was strictly necessary. I'm sure your people don't expect you back right way. Stay with us for a minute, she invited. Let's talk. He didn't give any outward signs of it, but she still had the impression he sighed. After he gave Max another glance, he returned her smile. Of course, Hive Queen Regina. Chapter 15, First Contact Talks. To his credit, Elena's didn't act intimidated or threatened, but rather as if he was a welcome guest in their camp. Regina didn't really mind. She offered him a seat by the fire and considered offering some of the cooked meat they'd prepared, but then decided not to. He had to have his own provisions, and she didn't want to give what they had away to spies. Besides, it wasn't exactly the peak of culinary hospitality. It seems you have not been here long, my lady Regina, he remarked, glancing around. You could say that, she replied. May I ask from where you hailed? I am afraid it must have slipped my people's notice. No, you may not, she said, frowning a little. He might not even believe me if I told him I was just born here days ago. Not that it matters, save that I have no place else to return to. He nodded. Of course. I only ask out of curiosity. I fancy myself to be familiar with the people of the world, but I must confess that I have never seen such as you before. He was speaking more formally, she noticed. Perhaps trying to be diplomatic? That is a shame, she replied, giving him a brief smile. You see, I do not know much about my people, myself. I'm afraid I don't know where you could find them, either. His right eyebrow rose a little. That sounds like you must have quite an interesting tale. Then he shook his head. But I will pry no further, of course. Regina nodded. She felt Mia's gaze on her, one eyebrow slightly raised, although the worker didn't speak up. But Regina hadn't revealed their isolation by accident. If it turned out that her people were actually known as a horrible scourge of some faraway place, she could always insist that she didn't have anything to do with that. It might not be worth much in such a case, but it would help. And if there were friendly relations, then the elves would hopefully see no reason not to help a young royal, kind of? Probably, and her companions returned to her people. Of course, if they were the type to tolerate no others and just kill them all to be safe, that would backfire. It was a risk. But what she thought elves should be like and Elena's behavior made that scenario seem unlikely. These are my companions, she said, trying to be friendly. Weirdly, using that word felt like forcing out something sour. Max, Tim, Mia, and Tia. She indicated each in turn. Elena's mouth twitched, but he smoothed his expression quickly. A pleasure to meet you all, he responded, inclining his head to them. After a sharp gaze from Regina, the drones all mumbled similar niceties. If the elf was offended at the lackluster response, he didn't show it. Probably, she figured, because he was aware they'd caught him sneaking around close to their camp and had little reason to feel nicely towards him. She didn't know what would have resulted if this had happened while Regina was away, leaving Max in charge. A slightly defiled corpse seemed likely, though. I need to have a talk with them after this. She suppressed a frown. They are still just kids. She wondered what his level was. It couldn't be extremely high, or he wouldn't be this wary of them, right? Unless it was an act and that was what he wanted her to think. She supposed she didn't have any way of knowing. If it's not too rude to ask, may I inquire how big your people's community is, she asked. He shrugged and waved a hand airily. Oh, not the biggest, but not the smallest either. Very useful. But she hadn't really expected a straight answer. Your own group seems quite small, he remarked. Unless there are more members that I've yet to meet. Regina's eyebrow twitched. Not quite. She glanced at the others and shrugged slightly. Not at the moment. That made him frown. He followed her gaze, and she could see him studying their features. Then his eyes returned to her. Regina shifted slightly. She and all her drones were still mostly naked, and it made her feel uncomfortable. The elf was clearly taking note of their state of dress, too. It was obvious he was deliberately keeping his eyes off her chest. She appreciated the courtesy, of course, but it was an odd feeling for her. As you can see, we are somewhat lacking in amenities, she said with her best self-deprecating smile. If your people are interested in trading, we would certainly welcome the chance. Hopefully, that possibility would also provide incentive to deal with them. He smiled slightly. You are looking for necessities like clothing, I assume? She nodded. That, as well as other things like medical supplies. His eyes wandered to Tia. Her injury had healed up a bit, but it was still clearly visible. Yes, I can see the need for that, he replied. Then he regarded her thoughtfully. I hope you understand that I cannot make any promises. I am but a simple scout. Whether this is possible, and how we will deal with you in general, will have to be my superior's decision. Of course, I understand. She wouldn't like any of her drones making promises on her behalf either. She hesitated for a moment. But you do see the possibility of friendly interactions, Mr. Elenas? His face closed off slightly. I cannot say, he repeated. His eyes narrowed. I do think it would improve your chances if we knew more about you and your people. I'm sure you understand that the unknown can be concerning. Especially when dealing with people who are clearly monstrous, if you'll forgive me pointing that out. Regina paused. I suppose I cannot begrudge you the use of that term, she said. The elf grimaced slightly. Monstrous or not, the elves have always understood that demi-humans are children of the gods, too, he assured her. We are not like those fools who consider anything with monstrous traits inferior or cursed. Regina nodded, trying not to smile. He'd just given her some information she needed about the world and its people. So, I may need to watch out for fanatics, probably human, they usually are in the stories I remember, but the elves, at least, aren't xenophobic. Or no more so than usual. That's good. And they have a polytheistic religion. So, we will not have to worry about bigots in your ranks, she asked. If you'll forgive the blunt question. I know little of elves. Elenas shook his head. No, I wouldn't think so. Obviously, you have names and the system has granted you a status. That should be more than enough proof for anyone. Good. Then, to answer your question, Regina frowned. There truly isn't much I can tell you. However, our group is most likely going to continue to grow, though I can't say at what rate. I've only been here I think it's been 12 days? She shook her head. We are not particularly attached to this place, so if it is necessary, we would be happy to move, as long as there is a place for us somewhere. Elenas nodded. That is good to know. If I may ask, how will your numbers grow? Are there more of you wandering the forest? Not quite. Regina hesitated. She really didn't like the idea of telling him about how she created drones. I'm afraid it's rather hard to explain, and a bit of an, delicate subject. Quirks of our race, I suppose. She also didn't want to tell him about the 2 eggs currently sitting in one of their shelters, preparing to hatch soon. He raised his eyebrows a little, but nodded. Of course. I don't believe you've mentioned the name of your race? Regina grimaced slightly. I haven't, because I don't know. She shrugged at his look. In truth, none of us has ever heard the name. How curious. Well, I did promise not to pry. What else can you tell me about your people? We're omnivores, and as you can see, there is quite a bit of physical polymorphism in our race. We prefer warmer temperatures, and obviously, we have protective shells over our skin in addition to a proper skeleton. I can use magic, but I've had no real instruction in it. Elena's nodded. She couldn't read his reaction very well. Did he think she'd given him too little or useless information? If you don't mind, would you tell me about your people? She asked. As I mentioned, I don't know much, and I'm rather curious. I'm not the best person to ask when it comes to our lore, he answered. Obviously, we are one of the core sapient races. We are a long-lived people, and individual elves may devote themselves to many different pursuits. That sounded completely generic and very devoid of detail. But Regina didn't press the point. She knew that, since it could still come to hostilities between their people, he didn't want to give her any information that might help her fight them. I see, she said. He smiled again. If that is all, I think it is time for me to take my leave. My colleagues will start to wonder where I am, and it wouldn't do to worry them overmuch. Regina nodded and stood up as he did the same. Of course. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Elenas. I do hope this will prove to be the start of a productive relationship between our groups. When might we expect to hear from you? I'm sure. Unfortunately, I cannot say that. Perhaps in a week or two. Farewell, Hive Queen. He inclined his head at her, then turned to leave. Regina copied the gesture, then watched as he walked away. Elena's didn't turn and didn't run, although he did walk at a relatively quick pace. He moved with grace that probably spoke of a high dex, or just elven heritage. After a moment, she turned to her hive. Tim. Go and see where he goes. Shadow him. If he notices you, that's probably fine, but I want to know in which direction he leaves. Keep your distance, and come back once you get to the edge of the territory we've explored. At once, my queen. Tim hurried off into the forest, where Elena's was disappearing between the trees. Regina sighed and sat down again, resting her chin in a hand. She looked at the forest where their unexpected visitor had left, even though she couldn't see anything. She felt Mia and Tia move off to resume their work, but Max stayed. I wish I could tell if I said the right things or not, she said. I'm sure you did, my queen, Max said. But when she glanced at him, his expression made her think he didn't really believe that. She sighed. The thing is, Max, while we probably had him in our power right now, the actual power difference is definitely not in our favor. I don't know how big his tribe or whatever is, but they could probably crush us easily if they wanted. Is that why you were so friendly and open? Was I? Regina tugged on her right mandible. I decided it was better to give them a few answers than make them feel like they would have to force them out of me. I think most of what I said was readily apparent or would have been obvious after repeated contact. But you didn't tell them about the eggs. Max frowned. Right. There are a few cards up our sleeve. Like my ability to produce new warriors quickly and my ability to see through the eyes of hive drones. Max followed her gaze into the forest. Do you think you convinced him we're no threat to them? Regina sighed and shook her head. I wish I knew. It felt like their quiet life in the forest was coming to an end. This encounter could be the start of something better, or a huge danger. After a moment, she groaned and put her face into her hands. I should have found a way to ask him what language we were speaking. Chapter 16, Is that a dragon? Regina jerked upright, her heart hammering. Blinking, she looked around, trying to see what had woken her up. After a moment, she realized that Tim had been shaking her. He was withdrawing his hand now, and taking a step back. She stood up, rubbing her eyes and trying to brush the last dregs of sleep away. It was still dark out, at least mostly. The moon was nearly full, and the eastern horizon might have been just a touch brighter than the west. It still felt like the middle of the night. She'd been too restless after the encounter with the elf to go to bed early, and she couldn't have been asleep very long. What's up? She asked, looking around. Sorry to wake you, my queen. Tim sounded tense. He kept glancing to the side. I think you need to see this. Regina frowned, following his gaze and looking south. Then she stiffened. There were a few dark blots in the sky, and she heard a howl echoing over a great distance. Then the wind turned, and she faintly caught a spicy scent. "Wake the others," she told Tim. "Then gather our weapons." "Yes, my queen." He moved off. Regina crawled out of her shelter and grabbed her spear, which she'd left leaning against its wall. She stepped away from the trees to get a better look, rolling her shoulders. The sense of an impending threat helped her disperse the last of her sleepiness. The drones worked quickly. Max and Tim grabbed their weapons, while Tia and Mia took what tools they had lying around that could double as weapons in a pinch. They also took anything important and put them into the slings and belts they'd made out of the vines they'd gathered. Regina glanced at the shelter where the eggs were waiting. They should be ready to hatch soon, but in the meantime, they were far too large and heavy to easily carry. A bellowing sound turned her attention back to the forest. Max stepped beside her, his axe and shield clutched tightly. Regina didn't take her eyes off the shadows. After a moment, she could make out the shape of the monster approaching them. It looked like an oversized fox. Before she even got a system notification, Tim jumped at it with a shrill war cry. Regina blinked. He'd moved far quicker than normal, and his lunge even pushed the beast back a little. Then she refocused and cast a magic missile. The magical projectile hit the fox in the face, causing it to jerk back. Tim took advantage, slashing with his left blade arm at the same time as he swung his axe. The fox stumbled back, evading the swing, but the blade caught him in the throat. Its fur stood up, suddenly bristling with spikes. But then a thrown stone from Max caught the monster again in the eye, and the ability seemed to melt off its fur. Tim dodged an errant swipe of its paws, then stepped forward, driving his blade in deep. The fox twitched before it fell backward. They didn't get any time to celebrate the victory. Another roar resounded, still distant but noticeably louder. Regina inhaled sharply, and the scent she caught prickled in her nose, warning of danger. "Tim, stay close," she ordered him. Defensive position. She didn't really know what a good defensive position would be, but apparently Tim had a better idea than her. He and Max moved to flank her a few steps out, leaving all of them enough room to swing their weapons, with the drone workers behind them. That also put her in the middle of a rectangle, with the warriors at the front and the workers at the back. Another monster crested the top of the nearest hill, halting and hissing at them. It was some sort of big cat, looking like a cross between a lion and a jaguar. Lionette, level? A moment later, another monster broke through the tree-line into the cleared area around the hills. This one looked like a giant snake, with red streaks across its body. Red striped snake, level? Regina cursed and launched another magic missile. She aimed for the snake on the theory that it would be slower to dodge. Her guess seemed to pan out, as the snake started slithering away, but still got its tail caught by the attack. It drew back, hissing at them again. Regina hissed back. The cat used that moment to pounce. Tim activated his charge ability again, meeting it a few steps out from her position. Max quickly stepped forward and bashed it with his shield, giving his fellow warrior long enough to regain sure footing. Regina hesitated, then decided not to risk another missile. She had to conserve her mana, anyway. The warriors and the cat tussled for a few seconds. It looked more like a shoving match than a proper fight. The Hive drones had the advantage of being able to take cover behind their shields, while at the same time menacing it with multiple weapons. After a bit of back and forth, during which Tim only suffered a scratch down his left leg and the cat got a few shallow cuts along its flanks, it backed away. Regina glared at it, trying to project threat. After a moment, the monster clearly decided that this food wasn't worth the fight and withdrew. That left them with the snake, which had approached by now. They'd all stepped forward a little, fighting right at the edge of the tree-line, not far from their shelters. Regina prepared a magic missile, just to be safe, but hesitated. She felt a prickly feeling, like an itch on the back of her neck. She raised her head and glanced at the sky, which nearly made her step back on reflex. There were several flying monsters in the sky now. Most of them were still a good distance away, except for a falcon that was circling above the hill. But her attention was drawn to the largest creature, which was quickly nearing their position. Even the snake seemed to sense it, freezing in its tracks for a moment. "Is that a dragon?" Max asked, sounding a little incredulous. "Technically a wyvern, I think," Regina answered, still staring. "It only has 4 limbs, and its forelimbs are its wings." The monster looked unmistakably lizard-like, with scaly dark green skin. It was long and sinuous, but she could tell that fact only hid how much bulk it had. Its head was ringed by small spikes, and its elongated snout fit large, sharp teeth, as she saw when it opened it to roar. The sound made Tia flinch. Regina stared at it for a long moment, but for once, the system refused to provide a description. It approached rapidly, showing it was even larger than she thought, at least the size of an elephant. In fact, was it accelerating? "Fuck. Duck. Get out of the way," Regina yelled. She suited actions to words and dove to the side, jumping into the forest and rolling behind a tree. Its leaves stirred in the wind, caused by the wyvern's passage. Regina blinked some spraying pieces of bark out of her eyes and scuttled backwards. The monster must have had its eye on the snake. It was hard to make out what was going on, the details lost in the quickness of its descent and the way it crashed through the forest. Trees toppled or bowed and groaned with stress, twigs and leaves raining down all around. Regina hopped back further, trying to get distance, then froze. The wyvern had come down where they'd been, at the forest's edge. Now its thick, scaly tail lashed through the air, shaking off a tree's branches, and crashed to the ground right atop 2 of their shelters. They crumbled like they were made of cardboard. Regina winced, then shook herself free of her paralysis. "Boys, girls," she called. "Flee. Regroup by the berry bush." She didn't wait around to see if they would follow her order, but turned and ran into the forest. There was no way they'd be able to fight that wyvern, and they needed to be gone before it noticed them. There were no monsters in their immediate surroundings, probably because none of them wanted to get too close to the wyvern either. Regina didn't look back at what had become of their camp. Behind her, she heard the lizard roar again, a deep thrumming that seemed to shake the forest itself. After a heart-pounding minute of frantic running, thanking whatever determined her biology for her low-light vision, she reached the rendezvous point she'd set. A dark shadow flitted away behind the tree trunks. Regina clutched onto her spear and slowed. She took a deep breath when she saw that the others had made it. The boys and Tia were already there, and Mia was just emerging from behind a bush. They all turned to her with obvious expressions of relief. "All right, we don't have the time to dawdle," Regina said. "Let's go. It clearly isn't safe here anymore." "Are any of you injured?" "Just a scratch, it won't slow me down," Tim said. "I twisted my right work limb," Mia said. "But I'm fine otherwise. I can still run." "Okay. Let's go." Max hurried forward to put himself in the lead, while Tim fell back to put the workers ahead of him. Regina walked after Max. She hesitated for a moment, glancing back, but there was nothing to see but the darkness of the forest. Shaking her head, she went. They hurried, but didn't run. She didn't want anyone to twist an ankle in these conditions. "Where are we going?" Tim asked quietly. Regina ran a hand through the stubble of her hair, trying to think quickly. "Let's head towards the river, then follow it downstream, but in the cover of the forest. I don't think we should attempt a crossing right now. There will probably be other monsters, so stay sharp." They fell silent for a minute. Regina listened to the forest around her, her nerves wound tightly and her claws tapping against the shaft of her spear. The others were probably the same. Then Max broke the silence. "What is going on?" He glanced back at her for a moment. "It's just after we met that elf." "I don't know. I don't think the elves sicked a horde of beasts on us. They'd probably have better ways to make sure we die, if that's what they wanted. But this is weird." They were quiet for a few more seconds, until Max cleared his throat. He sounded hesitant when he spoke again. "My queen, when that wyvern came down, I saw it demolish the newest shelter." Regina didn't turn to look at him, but kept scanning the forest. She could smell more beasts again. The main horde was probably behind them, but there would be others ranging ahead of the bulk. Yes, that was the shelter with the eggs. They're gone. Are you sure? Mia asked. Regina sighed. She took her attention from her surroundings for a moment to try and chase down the mana scent she got of her hive. I can't sense them, so yes, I'm pretty sure. Actually, she called up her status. Yes, my mana regeneration is back up to a higher value. At least I'll be able to fight more effectively. I have a feeling we're going to need that. It was a shame. But the eggs had still been in development, not actual people. And there was no way they could have protected them. The hive walked the rest of the way to the river in silence, on the alert for more beasts. The closer they got, the more signs of monsters Regina heard and saw. This was not going to be an easy trip. Chapter 17, Random Encounters. The monster stumbled backwards, trying to rub the sting out of its eye. The system called it a troll, but it had to be a young one, since it only stood a head taller than Regina instead of completely dwarfing her. Its size, bulky physique and oversized club were a poor match for the trees around them, as it might have discovered when it lost the club to a bush. Max darted forward, cutting right into its knee. Its craggy-looking skin didn't stop the thrust. The troll stumbled and fell to its other knee, which allowed Max to swing his axe at its neck. Regina watched carefully, but didn't join the attack herself in order to conserve her mana. Her intervention didn't turn out to be necessary. The boys made short work of the monster, and its twitching body thudded into the ground after only a few seconds. She glanced around, then kept going. There didn't seem to be any other monsters around for once. She didn't know how long they'd been fighting their way through the forest, but this had to be the most safe they'd been in that time. And just a few meters farther, there was a small clearing, caused by a toppled tree. Its trunk looked inviting. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, she decided. With a sigh, she sat down. Tim collapsed right where he'd been standing, and Max looked like it cost him serious effort to drag himself to the tree trunk and sit down. Mia and Tia were only a little better off. They'd all gotten at least one level, though Regina hadn't had the time to pay much attention to their status sheets. It was a small miracle that none of them were seriously hurt. She had a nasty cut on her left arm and both Max and Tia were limping a little, but they could keep going. And they did need to keep running. Regina could tell they were only at the outskirts of the monster horde. Whenever she caught a glimpse of the sky, she saw the dark spots gathering behind them. That would have been a clue if all the monsters moving this way weren't. I wonder what the monsters are doing with our place? Max asked. Probably not much, Tim replied. They're just moving through, aren't they? Regina grimaced. He's right. And we will come back one day. She saw their surprised expressions and shrugged. Once we have built up our hive and gotten enough strength, we'll come back and chase those monsters out, I promise you. If nothing else, there's still that vault door I need to investigate. The others nodded. Max at least looked a little comforted. Regina sighed and turned her attention to the system. You have leveled up. You may select a spell. You can use a spellbook, learn a spell from a teacher or other source of information, or pick one from the list below. Spark, Magic Missile, Firebolt, Magic Armor, Heat Vision, Expand Senses, Physical Augmentation, Water Manipulation, Lesser Basic Conjuration. Regina chewed her lip as she considered her choices. A few were tempting, especially Magic Armor and, of course, Firebolt. That one was new. She needed something to help her survive this trek through the forest, and that was the obvious choice. But she still hesitated. For one thing, fire in a forest might not be the best idea. But the more important reason was that she wanted to consider her long-term strength and that of her hive. One of the main problems they'd been facing was their lack of tools and materials. She'd do a lot for just a bit of iron. Hell, even copper would be great. And it wasn't like conjuration would have no applications in combat, right? Resolved, she made her choice and tapped on Lesser Basic Conjuration. The screen vanished with a small shower of sparks, and she felt the new spell settling into her, a shift in her mana. Regina closed her eyes and focused on it, but didn't try actually casting it yet. It was harder than casting magic missile, since conjuring something was complex. But she understood it now, intuitively, at least in its basics. She knew that this spell would be a mana hog for anything even halfway big or complicated. But getting a little bit of metal was now in her grasp. Only simple shapes, she couldn't make arrowheads or anything, but it was a start. She opened her eyes again and looked around. "I have an idea," she said, turning to the workers. "Do you think you could make a sling or something?" Tia stood up and grabbed a length of vine. "I'll do my best, my queen." It only took her a few minutes. What she created was a very crude sling, little more than some flexible length of vine with a small open pocket in the middle. But it should work. Regina focused, activating her new spell and concentrating on what she wanted. A moment later, she caught a small bit of iron in her palm. It was round, smaller than the rocks they'd been using, but a lot smoother. She tossed it to Tia, who caught it and put it into her sling. "Hey!" Max suddenly yelled. He jumped up from the tree trunk. Regina whirled around, her eyes widening as she saw what had caused him to call out. She'd been too distracted to notice, but another monster was sneaking right into their clearing. It must have suppressed its scent in some way. Somehow, the light of the rising sun didn't seem able to illuminate it. Its outline reminded her of the circle vulture they'd killed, although it was sleeker, and looked like someone had dunked that bird in a pot of shadow. Shadowing stalker. Tia reacted quickly. The sling whined slightly as it sped through the air, then she loosed the bullet. It hit the monster and bounced, but the impact rocked it back. Max roared and swung at it with his axe. Tim was circling around. He'd used his charge ability too much and now couldn't access it, but that wouldn't stop him from fighting. Regina watched for a moment and tried to get a good sense for the fight before she joined in with a magic missile. For all its stealth, the monster didn't seem that good in open combat. Max exchanged a few blows with it, catching all of them on his shield, which was getting more tattered by the minute. But he got it a few times, and inky black blood started spraying the grass around it. Then Tim entered the fight as well, stabbing at it with 3 weapons simultaneously. The monster dodged them all, but that let Max strike at the area probably containing its neck. Regina tensed up as she heard a low hum, but the shadowing stalker grew still. Tim retreated carefully, while Max poked it again with a blade limb. It lunged forward one more time, but the drone warrior was prepared and met it with his axe. A moment later, the monster toppled backward, leaking solid shadows everywhere. Regina released the breath she'd been holding and relaxed her stance. "Great work, guys. But this is probably a sign that we shouldn't linger. Let's keep going." She glanced at the girls, who were standing up, then back at the warriors. "Max?" The drone finally shook himself free and turned, stepping back to join them. "I got a level, my queen, kind of." Regina waved the others forward and turned to look at him as they started moving. "Congratulations, but what's the matter?" Max shook his head. "The system says that my level up has been suspended due to exceeding my hive's current limit." He cleared his throat and quoted, "The level a hive drone can reach is bounded by their hive queen. Your experience has been banked." She swore softly. Well, she probably should have suspected that there was another shoe ready to drop when it came to a hive and what it meant to a hive queen. It would have been very overpowered otherwise. Arguably, it still was, even with this limitation. Still, this meant that she would always have to have the highest level in the hive, didn't it? "So much for the idea of me sitting back and sending you guys out to hunt while I stay safely at home, I guess," she said. "I'll have to fight and level hard." "Well, we still don't know much about leveling outside of combat. Still, you would have probably been the strongest person in the hive, or at least one of the strongest, anyway," Tim said. "You have been since the beginning." Regina pulled a face, but nodded. He wasn't wrong about that. This also confirms that there really is an experience mechanic, even if the system is using it behind the scenes, she said, trying to focus on easier subjects. "Interesting. There may be a way to tell how far you are from leveling up after all." The group kept discussing their notifications and the system as they continued traveling. They still seemed to be ahead of the monster horde, or at least its main part, although they still saw monsters occasionally. They had to scare off or fight off some of them. Luckily, none was anywhere near as strong as that wyvern, and they managed it without getting more than a few scratches or bruises. Regina suspected that the stronger monsters were all behind them. They could only tell time by the occasional glimpses they got of the sun moving across the sky under the forest's canopy, but she estimated that they must have been traveling for a few hours at least. Regina suspected that they might be slowly reaching the edge of the forest. Its trees didn't grow quite as closely together here. Unfortunately, the number of monsters in the area increased. They had to slow down, especially when they spotted a horde of what looked like the cat cousins of the flame-tongued wolves circling a thicket around some trees. One of them caught sight of their group and alerted the others with a yowl. Regina clutched her spear tighter and prepared to cast a magic missile, while Max and Tim lowered their shields and readied their axes. Before they could engage, a hail of icicles rained down on a few of the monsters. Regina started, but didn't miss the opportunity, and shot one of her magic missiles at the closest monster. A moment later, a few arrows joined them, then two figures with swords fell on the wolves. The fight was over quickly. Regina hung back, noticing that Max and Tim also seemed wary of the other people. When they turned to face her group, Regina got a good look at their faces and the sharp ears poking out of their long hair. They were dressed similarly to Elena's, although they seemed a little more heavily armed, with everyone carrying at least 3 blades. She also got peeks of dark chainmail under their outer clothes. After a moment of focus, the system gave her the names and classes of the group. They all had question marks for levels and seemed to be a mix of rangers, fighters, and a frost mage. "Greetings," a middle-aged looking woman said, inclining her head. "You must be the group of demi-humans the scout Elena spoke of. I am glad to see you survived the arrival of the beast horde." "Hello," Regina replied, stepping forward and bowing her head as well. "Yes, that's us. I'm glad to meet you as well." She glanced to the east, where a haunting howl was echoing from further into the forest at that moment. "What can you tell us about this beast horde?" The elf, who according to the system was a forest ranger called Annuus, sighed. "We knew it would be coming soon, especially considering the apparent dearth of high-level beasts in the region, but it is earlier than expected. Beyond that, we haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. The stronger monsters are all still unbound." She glanced at her companions, who had been gathering the bodies of the cat monsters. 2 of them were leaving. "I wish we had more time to talk, but we need to finish securing this area." "Of course, this isn't the time or place for a long chat," Regina agreed, mentally lamenting that fact. There was so much she wanted to ask them. "Say," Max began, hesitantly. He glanced at her, then seemed to take heart from her encouraging smile and kept talking to the woman. "Your home is safe from the monsters, isn't it? Would you consider giving us shelter there?" The elf's face fell and she sighed mournfully. "Alas. I wish we could, children, but I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, there are protections around our home that prevent anyone but an elf from entering. Of course they can be adjusted to allow visitors, but we do not have the time to modify them now before the bulk of the horde arrives, especially with our mages fighting monsters." Regina sucked in air and barely stopped herself from cursing again. "That sucks. Finding shelter with the elves would have been perfect." "Well, they might just be reluctant to let us in, anyway." "I see," she replied. "Well, if there is any help you can give us, it would be much appreciated. I'm afraid we don't know the area very well." The woman exchanged a glance with a male elf who'd stayed. He nodded at her and passed her a leather satchel. Annuus glanced inside, then held it out to them. Tim stepped forward hesitantly to take it. "There is a human village not too far in this direction, if you follow the river downstream," she said. "Once you're past the forest, you should pass the defensive line soon. You'll be safe from the monsters there." She glanced at the sky, in which a few more dark spots had appeared. "I suggest you hurry." Regina bowed her head again. "Thank you very much. I hope we will meet again, under better circumstances. She stepped forward and turned to the others. Let's go. Despite the situation, a part of her was excited to meet humans. Chapter 18, To Civilization. Max didn't have to wait long to get the experience the system had banked for him. The next fight after they left the elves, against a group of blue-colored monster snakes that were apparently different races, judging by the system's naming, Regina reached level 6 as well. Max reported that he leveled up right away and gained the associated stat point, this time in STR, before she even checked her own status sheet. The system put her own point into int again. They kept going, staying about 100 meters away from the river, close enough to hear it but far enough to stay out of sight. None of them wanted to risk meeting any water monsters, and the open space meant flying creatures might be more of a danger there, as well. The sun wandered across the sky and started to descend towards the western horizon as they traveled. Regina was forced to have them take more frequent breaks, but she estimated that they still made good time. All of them had gained levels, including the workers, and their higher endurance stats were coming in useful. Max and Tim were actually struggling more than the girls. The monsters of the forest avoided them more and more, but their numbers didn't dwindle. If anything, she felt like there were more monsters around. So, even when the sun started to set and it grew darker, they pressed on. She would have preferred to stop for the night, but she didn't want to risk getting woken up by being chewed on by a monster horde. It would be rather hard to reach civilization then. Regina sighed and glanced at the small knife Max was clutching. Made of metal, it was their best weapon, even if it seemed more like a utility or camping knife than a proper weapon. It had been in the bag the elves had given them, along with some rations and a flask of water made of a milky translucent material that reminded her vaguely of plastic, although it obviously wasn't. Blotches of dried blood decorated the knife now. She was seriously considering the idea of trying to make some kind of boat or raft to move faster when the forest finally started lightning for real. Regina let out a long breath and glanced around. The song of the birds and even the calls of monsters were slightly louder in the direction they came from. That indicated they really were reaching the end of the forest. "Alright, guys, keep your eyes open," she said. "It seems like we're finally approaching the end of this damned forest, but we still need to stay vigilant and prepared to deal with whatever we find there. After today, I don't think we have any problems understanding the need for vigilance, my queen," Mia said. Regina glanced at her and gave her a small grin. It was true that they'd only barely escaped an ambush from monsters several times. Their coordination and ability to work together, to plan and notice patterns in their surroundings, was one of the things that helped her hive the most. She didn't think there was a team of experienced combat troops that she'd rather have following her for this trip. To be fair, their better-than-human senses helped, too. They'd stopped for a short snack a few times, when they'd defeated a monster that provided easy meat. She'd been considering a short trip to the river as well, to get some water, but now it was probably better to press on. A crunching sound and a familiar scent greeted them as they stepped into the next clearing. Regina didn't need the system to tell her what monster they faced this time, since they'd encountered it before. A hull turtle, a big rocky creature that was pretty fast for its size, and even tougher than it seemed. She considered for a moment, then stepped sideways into the undergrowth. "Let's just avoid this one," she said quietly to the others as they followed her. They continued on their way, but circled around the turtle. They'd gone almost halfway around when the monster raised its head. It must have caught their scent or heard something. Regina suppressed a curse and quickened her steps. She didn't turn around, but she could hear the monster turning to follow them. Its scent moved closer. Max broke into a run and she followed. They rushed along the forest, trying not to lose their footing on the low incline of the terrain, with the occasional rocks and twigs on the ground. They made far too much noise, and the turtle had obviously started chasing them. But they ran faster than it could follow, and its sounds fell behind as they started to outpace it. Then another scent moved closer and Regina cursed, swerving around a thicket of bushes to try and get out of the sight of any monster coming from that side. They were closer here than before, she realized. Sounds and scents came from the other side, too. Some of them withdrew from the barreling hull turtle, but not all. The ground fell away beneath her as they crested a low hill and started down a slope. Regina skittered down it, noticing from the corner of her eye that Mia, behind her, was using her additional arms to help her keep her balance. She almost crashed into a tree once, but managed to avoid it and keep her feet. Then the slope leveled out and Regina kept running forward, bleeding off her momentum. It took her a moment to notice that the trees had grown scarcer. Just a few steps further, they completely stopped. She emerged from the treeline. Regina surveyed her surroundings for a moment. They stood in a grassy, slightly uneven meadow. There was another forest, or maybe a part of this one further to the left, though the plain seemed to continue beyond that. To the right, the river wound its way out of the forest and curved to the east. Hills rose directly in front of them, making it hard to see very far. She took a deep breath and checked on her hive. They were all accounted for. Like her, they stepped out of the forest hesitantly, looking around, and kept close to each other. There was no one else in sight and no sign of any man-made structures. The village was probably either behind the hills or the forest, or maybe further along the river. The cry of some large bird of prey emerged from the forest behind them, and Regina winced. She looked at the drones and cleared her throat. "All right, that's enough staring. We're not safe yet. I don't know why the monsters don't seem to like leaving the forest, but they still might. So let's go." They set off into the meadow. It was easier to walk here than in the forest, even if the grass was high and scraggly. Dirt of a healthy, brown color could be seen in the small spots where it didn't grow. Regina suspected that this was a fertile region people would have been happy to settle. She headed towards the river at an angle. Most likely, a settlement would be built close to that, right? It provided an easy source of water and transportation. They had walked maybe 100 meters when Regina felt something through her new sense for mana. She slowed down and looked at the ground. There was a line in the earth which she was just stepping over. Several lines, actually, interwoven and spaced out around a central one. They weren't visible with mundane senses, except perhaps for the oddly straight and lush grass that grew marking out the line if you paid close attention. But there was power in it, thrumming with a low hum and almost crackling in the space just above the ground. Regina felt a prickle going down her spine. She felt like something was flaying her shell back, but it didn't hurt. Then she was past, and she took a deep breath. She turned to watch the others. They all seemed fidgety and she saw Max shiver, even though she doubted any of them were able to sense this like she did. Regina turned around to continue walking, intending to keep close to this line to see if something might change about it, or if it led somewhere. This had to be the defensive line the elf had mentioned. She'd expected something more along the lines of trenches, palisades, and garrisons. Still, there were probably military bases here, to monitor the area, if nothing else. She'd only taken a few steps before she felt the prickle of someone using magic again. Wincing at the sensation, she looked up. There was a dark spot in the sky, which was growing rapidly closer. Regina heard one of the others draw in a sharp breath as it resolved itself more clearly. She clutched her spear tightly, but didn't react otherwise. They'd all come to a stop now. It was better to face this calmly. A wyvern much like the one they'd seen in the forest circled in the sky, losing altitude and approaching them. But this one had a rider on his back. It was a figure in dark clothing holding something bright. Regina took a deep breath and shot her drones a reassuring smile, before she relaxed her grip on her weapon and leaned it against her shoulder. "It's all right," she told the others. "Be polite." The wyvern landed in front of them with a thump, its rider jumping down right away. Now that she got a closer look at him, she saw that he was a middle-aged human with brown hair and a short black beard. He wore a dark robe that looked like it had armor padding in some places, and a wand with a glowing crystal on its tip stuck in his belt. Derek Zephyr, level? Thaumaturge. Regina took a step forward and bowed her head. "Hello." The man approached closer, stopping just far enough to be out of weapon range. He looked at them and grunted. "Hello to you, too. Not to be rude, but what are you supposed to be?" Regina gave him a quick smile. It was better than the alternative. "My name is Regina. Beyond that, I'm afraid I can't tell you much. These are my companions. She gestured at the forest. We were chased out by the monster horde and are hoping to find shelter. The mage crossed his arms and frowned at them for a moment, but he didn't seem particularly upset. All right. Truth be told, I have too much to do to waste time with pointless details. Her smile widened. That sounded promising. You'll need to accompany me to our base, he continued. That's not optional. We don't have the resources or time to deal with this during the horde. Don't worry, you'll be safe there. You can leave once it's over and you're checked out and cleared. Regina grimaced. She didn't like the idea of being brought to some military base. Are we being deported or put into quarantine? She shook her head. Intellectually, she couldn't blame them much for not letting people wander around unsupervised during a monster horde attack. All the same, it was only the knowledge of the coming monsters and the fact that he was obviously stronger than them that stopped her from refusing out of hand. Her claws dug into her palms, and she made herself take a deep breath. No matter how much the thought of being in anyone's power made her want to retch, it didn't change the situation. All right, she finally replied, shooting the others a stern glance. They clearly didn't like it any more than she did, but they'd just have to deal. Point the way. How long do you expect this horde to last? He grunted. Maybe another few days. She'd have to keep her eyes open. This time, she'd watched his face while he spoke and seen that how he moved his mouth lined up perfectly with his words. He even had a bit of an accent. Nothing she could place, just a way to draw out some syllables and a more lilting melody to his speech. As he turned to mount his wyvern again, she shared a glance with Max. This is weird, she muttered. He's definitely speaking global. Chapter 19, Human Hospitality. As it turned out, Regina had been right in her assumption. There was a settlement close to the river, not too far from the forest's edge. The thaumaturge with his wyvern led them in its direction, staying silent most of the way. She quickly realized that the military outpost was more important, though. It was more of a castle and stood some distance from the village, in the middle of an island in the river. Because of the limited space, it seemed to have been built mostly upwards. High walls encircled it, studded with battlements made of the same gray stone blocks. A keep rose in the middle, and through the currently open gate, she caught glimpses of other buildings inside the walls. A drawbridge led up to the gate from the nearest shore. A few people were out, apparently preparing to pull it up, but they stopped to let her group inside. Derek rode his wyvern into the castle without a word. Regina hesitantly walked across the bridge, nodding at the humans. They stared. Once they stepped past the gate and it started to rumble as they closed it, a system notification popped up. She blinked. You have leveled up. Regina? Max asked in a low voice, glancing around. I just gained a level, she explained. Huh. I guess this confirms you can get experience for non-combat things. Unless this system has exploration XP, I'm guessing I got it for leading my hive out of danger. Over here. Derek waved them over. Regina hurried to him, glancing around the castle. Her first impression was dirty. An unpleasant smell hung in the air, coming from what were probably the stables. At least, she hoped so. But the rest of it wasn't much better. The buildings looked primitive to her eyes, built low and with few windows. There were quite a few people around, all seeming busy with something and most of them wearing armor and weapons. Many of them paused to stare, and they started to whisper to each other about the newcomers. Regina tuned them out. She felt vaguely disappointed, and silly for feeling that way. Why did I want to go to civilization so badly? She couldn't shake the thought that she'd much rather just build her own hive. There, things would have a proper order, at least. Her claws twitched and she resisted the urge to hiss at a passing woman in well-worn clothing. She itched to teach these gawkers some respect, but that would be a terrible idea even if there weren't obviously high-level humans around, and she managed to restrain herself. The mage led them through a door, into an outbuilding, and down into a basement. It was bare stone with no carpets or wall paneling, and correspondingly dank. The low light level didn't present a problem for her, at least. Stay here until you're called for, he told them. There's a privy through there. Someone will come to bring you some water and rations. Regina glanced at the others. We could help you fight the monster horde, she suggested. He shook his head. Appreciate the offer, lady, but we're ready enough for them, and throwing in unknown elements at the last minute won't help. Be seeing you. With that, he left, and the door clicked shut. Regina sighed, then settled down to go to sleep. It was uncomfortable, but not much worse than what she'd had before. The others lay down as well, and were soon drifting off. Now that they'd finally been able to stop moving, the exhaustion from staying on the move all day, running from the monster horde, was pressing her down like physical weights tied to her limbs. They had to wait a long time for someone to show up. When they did, it was a young girl, maybe in her late teens, who timidly opened the door and passed them a few plates of food and a pitcher of water. When Regina tried to question her about the situation, she only shook her head and scurried off quickly. At least she didn't lock the door. After the meal, Regina was very tempted to go exploring, but decided to stay a considerate guest for now. Occasionally, she could hear the roar of a monster from above, very muffled by the stone and probably by distance. She didn't want to pop up into a battlefield, and finding someone to explain things would probably be hard in that situation, anyway. With nothing better to do, she called up and considered her status. Regina. Hive Queen. Level 7. Mana 80 out of 160. Hive 4/16, 0. Con 12. STR 12. Dex 12. End 12. Int 14 +1. Wis 12. Her mana had not gone up, even though both her int and wis had risen since the last time it did. That indicated that it really was a function of how many drones her hive had, instead of directly coming from her attributes. The limit for her hive, on the other hand, had risen by a lot. She'd gained 3 levels, and it had more than doubled. She hadn't checked it at level 6, since she'd had other things on her mind. But it had probably risen by 3 to 12 and then risen by 4 to 16 now, at level 7. Taking a bit of a stab in the dark here, but it looks like the cap increases every level, and the amount by which it does rises by 1 every 2 levels. That should give me 25 spots by level 9 and 30 by level 10. Assuming it stays that way. Regina closed her status with a sigh. She couldn't just start popping out eggs now, even if she was physically in the condition to do that. There would be questions, and she was reluctant to show these humans how her hive grew. Trying to hide the eggs didn't strike her as a smart idea, either. And besides, they might not even finish developing by the time this monster attack ended. The drones all seemed to be quiet and subdued. She wondered if the loss of their home, small as it had been, struck them harder than her. Or maybe they were just exhausted. She didn't know what to say to comfort them. Their future was uncertain and she didn't want to lie about it, and reiterating her promise to get their old territory back wouldn't mean much. After the short visit, it grew quiet and dark again. They only had a single flickering candle to light the cramped basement room. She didn't think they'd get a replacement quickly, so Regina told the others to go to sleep and put it out. She tried to do the same, wrapped in one of the furs from the wolf monsters they'd taken, but found it hard. Now that exhaustion wasn't dragging her down, at least not quite as much, the situation started to wear on her nerves. She didn't mind being underground. There was even something vaguely comforting about the cozy darkness with her hive. But she did not like the people above, out of her sight, and her hive being dependent on them. She wished she didn't have to go with that mage to this castle. The night had made way for the next day by the time they got another visitor. When she listened closely, Regina could still hear sounds of battle, though they were intermittent and muffled. She estimated that it was sometime around noon when the door creaked open again. She narrowed her eyes, distantly glad that not much light fell into the room, so it didn't ruin her vision, but was still enough to see by. Then the visitor muttered something and the room lit up with a blinding light. Regina grimaced and blinked, trying to focus her eyes. By the time she did, their visitor had entered the room. The drones had stood up and were gathering at her back, eyeing him warily. Max and Tim especially were clearly prepared for trouble. "Greetings," the man said, nodding at them. His eyes passed over the others before coming to rest on her. "To you as well," she replied, trying to focus on him and call up a description from the system. Elric Neralt, level? Master of the Earth. On closer look, he clearly wasn't a soldier, since he didn't wear any armor and only carried a short blade at his hip. He looked more like a medieval noble. She wouldn't consider his clothing extravagant, but compared to the people outside, it was finely made and showed little signs of wear. It was also more colorful, dyed in dark green and orange tones. "So, I assume you're the leader of this group?" he asked. Regina nodded. "Yes. I am Hive Queen Regina." That much, he could probably get from the system. "You seem to have a low level for a royal class," he commented. "Not that I know the way of your people." "What do you call yourselves, if I may ask?" "I wouldn't know," she replied, narrowing her eyes. "What brings you here, Sir Neralt?" "Baron Neralt." He sketched a shallow bow. "I am the Baron of the nearby village." "I see. It is a pleasure to meet you. So is this about strangers showing up close to your village?" "You could say that, I suppose." He smiled briefly. "I have heard you are of a strange and new kind of demi-human." Regina frowned. She felt he was a bit rude, more so than Zephyr, the mage who had brought them here. Although that one had arguably been ruder, this noble's attitude felt more intentional or targeted. Maybe he was just testing them. "I suppose you must have seen very much of the world to decide if someone is so strange and new," she replied, letting some coldness creep into her tone. The Baron chuckled. "That's a fair point, Lady Regina. I have asked around and no one can remember having seen or heard of someone like you, although it is true that we are hardly familiar with all the wonders of the gods' creation." Regina nodded. "No offense taken," she replied. "So, what can I do for you?" She gestured around the room. "I would offer you a seat, but I'm afraid the accommodations they've given us are rather Spartan." He nodded with a little grimace. "I can see that. I hope you can forgive the lack, my lady. Considering the situation, we are not well placed to deal with guests, and space is scarce. Still, putting up a young lady in a place like this is a little much. I shall see if I can arrange for something better." Regina raised an eyebrow before she could stop herself, not quite sure what to make of that. "That would be appreciated. Apparently, you came from the forest. Am I correct in assuming that the monster horde drove you out of your homes? I've heard that you are now seeking shelter here." She nodded. She'd told the mage that already. Of course he'd passed it on. "That is correct, my lord. I am hoping that after this horde, we may be able to make arrangements. I would like to find a spot to rebuild." He looked at her curiously for a moment, then nodded. "I see. Truth be told, I came to speak to you for that reason. As I'm sure you've been told, my village is the closest to the forest, or at least the closest in this area." Regina leaned forward slightly. Making connections with the ruler of that village would be helpful, even if she didn't want to give up any of her independence. She saw that Max and Mia were looking similarly interested. "That's good to know," she said. "We do have some space for guests," he continued. "Assuming they are not a burden on our people, if you'll forgive my bluntness. I notice that your entourage has a rather martial appearance. I am considering whether I might host you until your people come for you." Regina smiled. "That sounds fine," she said. "We would certainly be able to help you defend against monsters." The Baron nodded slowly. "Good. Then, at the end of this monster horde, we might talk more. You understand if I am reluctant to make any promises until then." "Of course. You need to get our measure." "I wouldn't put it quite like that, Lady Regina. In any case, I need to return to my duties. Have a pleasant day." "You as well." Regina frowned after him as the Baron left. She was happy to get an offer, or potential offer, of a place to stay. On the other hand, he might have ulterior motives for this. She hoped he wouldn't be trying to control her or boss her around. She was Hive Queen, she was sovereign. She would not be bound by any of these humans. But let's not borrow trouble, she told herself. Besides, we need to wait for the end of this monster horde first. She shook her head and turned to the others. I think we've waited down here long enough, she said. Let's see what we can find out up above. Chapter 20, Castle Defense. Mia didn't know everything her queen did. Despite the danger and exhaustion of their journey, it had been obvious that Regina was looking forward to meeting humans. Now that they had, Mia couldn't help but wonder why. The humans in her mother's memories had to be very different than this, because these ones were a little underwhelming. Not that she was going to say anything. The humans had taken them in, after all, and while Mia really didn't like the feeling of being dependent on someone outside the hive, she knew it was still better than taking their chances with the monsters outside. Besides, it wasn't her place. Still, as she looked around the castle, she couldn't help a little voice in the back of her head saying that a properly run hive would never be this dirty and disorderly. She could see some care and organization in the way the soldiers were stationed at the gate and on the battlements, and what looked to be caches of supplies or ammunition distributed. There were barrels of water from the river, presumably for putting out fires, as well as buckets of arrows and munitions for the siege weaponry she saw on the corner towers of the fort. Some men in armor that generally looked fancier than the others were walking around, probably knights or officers. There were also a few women bustling around, wearing simpler clothing without armor. Mia looked around for a moment, trying to pick out a good target. Tia was already approaching one of the women, while Max and Tim were heading for men in armor. She didn't see her queen, but she knew she was still behind her. Then Mia started walking, heading towards an older woman whose clothing looked a bit finer than that of the others. The human was even wearing a short sword on a belt. She stood close to the entrance of one of the buildings in the courtyard, beside the main keep, talking to another human female. As Mia watched, the other woman left, and her target turned, then paused as she saw her coming. Marianne Neralt, level? Lady. The hive was to gather information, so Mia suppressed her hesitation and smiled at her as she approached. Hello, ma'am, do you have a moment? That was polite, wasn't it? The woman frowned slightly. I suppose so, she answered. You are one of those demi-humans from the forest, aren't you? I thought you were quartered in some part of the cellars. We are, Mia answered. The smile was hard to keep up, especially with the twinge of pain from her right side. It had gotten better, but she knew her right work limb wasn't fully healed yet. At least, I assume so. It's a dank basement, anyway. The human's frown deepened. I see. What can I do for you, girl? Mia hesitated for a moment, quickly running through the information they wanted to gather in her mind. Regina was curious about the language they spoke, but it probably wouldn't be smart to just outright ask about that. Then they needed general information about the humans and the region, and about this fight. A deep, bellowing roar resounded from behind them and she heard human men crying out for a few moments before there was a hissing sound and the noise stopped. How is the battle going? She asked. How long until it's finished? The human laughed. Oh, if only I knew. Beast hordes can take a few days or a week. Mia cocked her head. This isn't the first monster horde you've seen? Of course not. The woman narrowed her eyes. How old are you, girl? Oh, I'm 5, I think. Mia resisted the urge to smile at herself. It was 5 days, of course, but the human wouldn't know that, so she should assume she meant years. The woman blinked, apparently surprised. Really? 5? Your people must be odder than I thought. But I suppose that explains why this is your first monster horde, they do come every 5 years. Mia nodded. 5 years sounded like a really long time. At least it was good her hive wouldn't have to worry about another horde for years. What's this castle called, anyway? She asked. And there's a village near here, right? This is Fort Forest's Watch. Our village is usually called Forest's Haunt, but its proper name is Neralt Village. The woman glanced around. Where's your mother, child? Probably still in the cellar room, I think, Mia said. That wasn't quite a lie. She didn't know for sure if her queen had left it, after all, although she was probably out here somewhere, too. The human frowned. She looked suddenly disapproving. I'd heard you were a group of adolescents. Yes, I guess so. Mia scratched at her work limb. That was a stupid question. The woman shook her head. I think I see your big brother standing by the smithy, there. Why don't you go to him, child? Mia opened her mouth, then paused as she saw the way the woman was looking away. She reluctantly took a step back. The human obviously wanted to leave. She probably wouldn't answer any more questions. All right. See you later, ma'am. Perhaps, girl. Mia walked away. She did see Max standing by a building made of stone with a big chimney. She walked slower this time, trying not to jostle her injured arm. Mia felt like she hadn't done so well back there. Hopefully, the others had more luck. Coming up to him and with the human's comment in mind, she noticed that Max really was bigger than her. Only by a few centimeters, and he didn't exactly look much older, but still. That only made sense, since he was the oldest drone in their hive. He extended his right blade arm and Mia brushed her left work arm around it, returning his greeting. What did you learn? He asked. Mia quickly explained the few facts she'd gotten from her conversation. Max nodded. I heard that they come every 5 years, too, he said. I also learned that the fighters here are a mixture of militia from the locals, soldiers from the kingdom and adventurers. This probably isn't the only fort they have, is it? Max nodded in agreement. Probably not. This area belongs to a kingdom and I got the feeling they sent soldiers to other castles along this defensive line the elf mentioned, too. Maybe there are more villages further back, Mia suggested. You wouldn't build a heap of stones like this just to protect one village, would you? I mean, maybe these humans would, they don't seem like the most efficient people. Just then, the ground shook slightly and a streak of burning light arched across the sky, but it fell to pieces before it reached the walls of the castle, showers of light raining down beyond the walls until she couldn't see them anymore. Maybe one of the others found out more about that. Max sighed. I can't help feeling uneasy about all this. I suppose you'd rather we had taken shelter with the elves, she said, raising her eyebrows at him. Max winced slightly, lowering his eyes before he raised them to meet hers again. Yes, he agreed quietly. I know that I spoke out of turn when I asked them. It's just. Mia bumped him with her work limb again. Hey, it's okay, our queen wasn't angry at you, she said. I mean, I wouldn't have dared, but she did put you in charge when she's gone. So you're basically her second in command, right? It probably is your job to speak up, sometimes. Max smiled a little. Thanks, Mia. Yeah, I was just trying to help. It's not my place to speak for her, but she is our Hive Queen. There are some things a queen shouldn't have to say, you know? Mia nodded, grabbing his right hand. He was right. The idea of their queen reduced to asking for help from strangers of another race made her feel bad, like she tasted something bitter in the back of her throat. She didn't know if Regina would have done that, and she certainly wouldn't judge, but she was glad it wasn't an issue. Max was smart. Probably smarter than drones usually were, at least young ones. He did what was best for the hive, even if it wasn't just fighting. She felt a little proud of him and resolved to live up to his example. Maybe she wasn't as smart, but she could still do her best for their hive, couldn't she? And their queen had so few drones right now that they all had to do their best, so she could really rely on them. They shared a look, and she knew they were thinking the same thing. The feeling of failure still burned in her insides whenever she thought about it. They'd lost their home, the place they'd been born and where they'd been building a settlement. Even if their queen didn't seem to care much, Mia couldn't let it go that easily. It was the only place she'd ever really known. Except for this castle. Which was not as good. Suddenly, the roar of the battle intensified. She glanced up, watching as what looked like all of the siege engines fired at the same time. Then she tensed up when she saw the monsters headed for them. She couldn't look beyond the walls, but something was picking off the soldiers from the battlements. After a few seconds, there was a loud roar, and the earth shook so badly she almost stumbled. She grabbed onto Max to stabilize him, looking at the gate with wide eyes. Something crashed against it. Then a shadow passed over it, and she looked up. The human who'd brought them here was flying on his wyvern, fighting flying monsters. But there were more, a pack of 3 wyverns, coming from the direction of the forest. Mia squinted. Was there a shadow on the back of one of them, or was that just a trick of the light? They closed in, and she saw 2 of the wild monsters diving at the tamed one with the mage. The other wyvern flew over the castle and crashed into the keep. The whole castle shook again. As if on cue, another roar sounded from outside, and something crashed into the gate again. She heard the telltale sound of splintering wood. Max bristled, extending his blade arms. He took a step forward as if to shield her. Mia grabbed onto one just above the blade. Max, where's Mother? His eyes flickered around their surroundings. Back there, I think. Let's go. The 2 of them turned and ran, not sparing another glance for the fight at the gate. Even so, Mia heard more footsteps and more crashes. A fireball arched overhead. Then there was the sound of screaming metal and more bursting wood, and the heavy thumping of trolls or other monsters. Her nose told her there were a lot of monsters, and they were coming closer. They didn't find Regina near any of the other buildings, although she did see Tim and Tia, who seemed to have met up. Max and Tim gestured at each other for a moment, then the 2 others ran to the left and Max guided Mia to the right, a simple search pattern. Mia looked around frantically, trying to find any sign of their queen. Why did they all leave her alone? Stupid. She mumbled curses at the fact that the humans all seemed to be taller than them. Many of them were running towards where she knew the monsters were pushing into the fort, but a few just seemed to be running nowhere, panicking. Finally, they found Regina behind the building with the door to their basement room. She turned to Mia and Max, a relieved smile on her face. The human man in fancy armor who she must have been talking to rushed off without even saying goodbye. My queen, Max gasped as they met up. What do we do? Regina grimaced as she looked around. I don't think we have much of a choice. We might need to fight our way out. Mia straightened up. She wasn't much of a fighter, but if these monsters wanted to get at her queen, they'd have to go through her, and she wouldn't make it easy for them.